Hey, real niggas in the building. Real niggas in the building. Real niggas in the building. Hey, yo, I want to say what's up to everybody. I know I'm a little late, but guess what? I had to get a new streaming platform. StreamYard was down. We are being hit by like a global cyber attack or something, bro. Like I don't know what's going on, but we had to get it cracking another way. I had to get another app, you know. OBS. Okay, we live. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm about to put a picture in the edits. I'm about to edit this customized channel. Yeah, I'm about to put a thumbnail for YouTube. Yeah, just give me a second. Hey, and I'm sorry if I missed anybody's work shift today. It was not my fault. It is StreamYard's fault. They have shut down everybody's stream pretty much if you using StreamYard. So we're gonna go ahead and just crack it off like this. See if it's sharing. Sharing is caring. All right. That is live. Y'all in here? Okay, we got okay. We got a few people in this mug. Cool. All right, man. Breaking down Diddy trial. People are saying that Kanye West is in town and he's going to step up and either testify or show up with support. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get it started. If everybody is cool, let me see if StreamYard is still down. I hope it is. I hope StreamYard is just down for like a week. Now, hold on. I'm going to back up now. Hold on. Cool. And I'm going to get this cracking for you guys. We got the OG speaking. So feel free. Hit the like button. Cash App. Bow.
What's up, man? We live. We live, y'all. Skull train. Skull train. All right, so look. Shout out to everybody, man. Welcome to the podcast with Soul. We here. We live out here. I want to welcome all the new subscribers. Make sure you follow me on Instagram, the podcast with Soul. Make sure you follow me on Spotify, the podcast with Soul. I want to thank everybody for giving the video a thumbs up. Appreciate y'all. Let me see who went here. There they go. Thank everybody for the cash apps and for the super chats. So, what we have today All right, so today is June the 12th, 2025. We got to court. Court started at 9:09 in the morning. And right from the beginning, there was an argument between the prosecution and the defense. December 2023. And this is real important, right? And me, myself, I have personal experience with this kind of situation. So I'm going to see this from another perspective than perhaps maybe you're going to see. Cassie filed her lawsuit November 2023. If I'm not mistaken, it's maybe November 16th, 2023. Cassie files her lawsuit. The very next day, Puffy settles the lawsuit. Cassie gets $20 million. Now everybody's antennas is up. Dawn Richard files a lawsuit, suing Puffy for $6.45 million. Mia files a lawsuit against Puff, $10 million. Brianna Bongelin, who perjured herself on the stand here last week, she files a lawsuit, $10 million. Tanny Garagos today got Jane Doe to admit on the stand that she is not suing Puffy. She has no lawsuit pending, and she has no plans to file a lawsuit against Puffy. Now, once the feds came, now Jane Doe is getting a little fly. She's getting a little fly out the mouth. She's getting a little fly with her behavior because Puffy is wounded, you know. Here it is. His main lady, one of his girls, somebody he loved, somebody he thought loved him, files a $20 million lawsuit, gets it after having tried to get $30 million from him. So he's a little wounded. When Cassie files her lawsuit, everybody close to Puff backs up. They back up. Everybody who you think your friend is not your friend. And my mother used to tell me all the time, you're gonna find your friends 2 times, and you only gonna find them 2 times. And that's when you sick and when you in trouble. Whoever come to see about you then, those are your friends. Jane Doe testified that after Cassie filed the lawsuit, all of Puffy's friends start backing up from him, right? And this caused the lawsuit caused the change in Puff, right? And he became closer to her. Jane Doe testifies that after Cassie files a lawsuit, Puffy is more available now. He's not hanging out as much. He's not, you know, whereas she wouldn't see him for a couple days, now she's seeing him more often, you know, because now he probably understands there's a potential investigation, or maybe at this point, he knows there's an investigation. Now, what the prosecution and what the defense are arguing over on December of 2023, thank you, man. 1 month after Cassie files a lawsuit, Jane Doe texts Puffy and KK that she was a sex worker. I was exploited like Cassie. I was taken advantage of 90% of the time. I was manipulated and I was forced, and I couldn't say no. That's what she said. What up? What up? Everything good? Everything good? After the Cassie lawsuit, After the Cassie lawsuit, Jane Doe texts Puffy and KK, I was a sex worker. I was exploited like Cassie, manipulated, forced. I couldn't say no, and I was taken advantage of 90% of the time. Now, initially, Jane Doe, when all of this go down, she's a defense witness for Puff. She chilling with Puff when it first go down. But then the feds are able to flip her, and then she come over here. Now she chilling with the feds over here, like that. And the feds grant her immunity. And Puffy's, the defense, we didn't start court until 10:54 a.m. The judge, the defense, and the prosecution had a sidebar for an hour and 45 minutes. They had a sidebar for an hour and 45 minutes. And the defense, for Puffy's defense, is saying their position is, now that Cassie's filed a lawsuit and she knows there was a settlement immediately, and the government has granted her immunity from prosecution, she has a motive to fabricate her story, laying the groundwork for her to file a lawsuit. And the prosecution obviously is gonna deny that, right? Now, this was interesting. On October 26, 2023, Jane Doe sends Puffy a text message. This is probably 26 days before Cassie, no, 14, 26, hold on. Cassie filed November 16, then go 16, 26, hold up, for 20 days before Cassie files her lawsuit, Jane Doe sends Puffy a text message saying, I'm trying to process everything that happened over the last 3.5 years. The forced hotel nights, the things I was made to do for you sexually. Now, don't misconstrue that because this happened before Cassie filed the lawsuit, that all of a sudden Jane Doe has this epiphany. The feds probably have already knocked on her door and met with her and told her, we getting ready to bring the hammer down on Puff. And we've been following you and Puff for a while. And this, I'm speculating. This, what I'm saying, is pure speculation, because what happened to me in my federal case. In my federal case, the day the feds came to my office with the search warrant, I'm sitting down talking to the 2 agents, and one of the agents told me I had on a tie like this. And the agent said to me, he said, Mr. Gumby, I thought you was gonna have on a bow tie today. I said, bow tie? What you talking about? How you know I wear bow ties? The agent said, we've been following you for the past 6 months. And when that happened, that triggered in my mind when I had a chance to sit down and think about how you out of here, man? Good to see you. Thanks for following, man. My man. How people switched up on me when the feds came. And even right before they came, my secretary, the girl I was seeing, everybody changed up, right? And then the feds came with the search warrant and raided my office. And when they let me know that they had already been following me for 6 months, that also let me know, Monica, I see you, baby. Thank you for that super chat. That they had already met with all of the people that they had gotten to flip against me and testify against me if I took my case to trial. I didn't take my case to trial because I knew I was busted. Because the undercover agent, it was a black girl undercover agent, told me she went to a historically black college, but she worked for the FBI, and she wore a camera on coat, and she wore a microphone, and she filmed me and her's whole interaction of doing her taxes. And when me and my lawyer went to meet with the feds showed me the video. And this was 20, they came on the 16th, 20, 30, 35 days before they came with the search warrant. So the feds, I'm speculating, this is guesswork, but based on my experience and based on doing federal prison time and talking to the white boys in federal prison, talking to the Spanish dudes in federal prison, talking to the niggas in federal prison, the feds go and meet with everybody close to you first, and they get them, they scare them and tell them, look, we're gonna prosecute you, we're gonna lock you under the jail, you ain't gonna never see the daylight, we're gonna take your kids, unless you agree to flip, become a witness for us, and testify against Sean, or testify against Puff, or testify against you. They do that before they come to see you. And I bet you they saw Jane Doe. I bet you. I bet you they did. I bet you they did. I bet you they did. Because on October 26, check out my notebook. My notebook better than your notebook. My notebook take better notes than yours. My notebook better than your notebook. Where my pen at? Look at my pen. Hold up, that ain't the one I use. I got the blue joint. I use the blue joint. That's why my notes is top notch. Hold up, where my pen at? Here it go. I'm wasting time with this pen. I got the precise V5, the rolling ball. This is why she sends him a text message October 26th before Cassie do her joint, because most likely when Cassie was preparing her federal lawsuit, Cassie's lawyers and Cassie met with the feds beforehand and told them what they was getting ready to do. So she texts Puffy, I'm trying to process all that has happened.
listen, man, I'm going to pause this really quickly. I'm going to pause this, and we have apparently it's been a government cover-up. So we're going to go ahead and take it to Good Logic in about 3 minutes. I just want him to finish his point so we can all stay up to date. But I'm going to take it to Good Logic in about 3 minutes. And we're going to get some more up-to-date breaking news. You know, we're going coast to coast. We're going content creator, this full live coverage. Hit the like button, subscribe. I am 7 subscribers away from 5,900 subscribers. Can I get 7 subs? And we will be lit. Just 7 subs. And if y'all were here in the middle of the night last night for that stream, we will not speak about that stream. That stream is now on a private link, and it never happened. Enjoy the rest of the show.
You forced me to do them hotel nights. You made me do something against my will. Then, after Cassie filed her lawsuit, she texts Cassie, she texts Puffy and KK, I was a sex worker and was exploited like Cassie, taken advantage of 90% of the time. I was manipulated, I was forced, and I couldn't say no. December 20th, 2023, she texts Puffy, you only reach out to me and then you ghost me after we start a conversation. Puffy told her, take some time to process everything. I hope we stay friends forever. She tells Puffy, I'm depressed, I have resentment, and my story is the same as Cassie's story. Puffy says, I'm sorry you feel this way. Don't resent me. And he's encouraging her to communicate. Puffy sends her an audio message that they played in court. Puffy tells her, focus on what you need to feel better. Let's figure out how we can help you feel better. Let's focus on the solution. Puffy texts her on 12/27. So what's the solution? I don't want to fight. How do we move on? Jane Doe texts him back. I lifted you up in those rooms with those hotel nights. I took a lot in them hotel nights. So by this time, the feds is tapping probably both their phones, reading their text messages and all that. Jane Doe then stepped to Puffy like, I need $100,000 a year for 3 years. I need you to keep paying the rent, you understand? Which equaled up to like $450,000. Now she got the upper hand because Puffy wounded. The feds is on her. Teddy Garagos asked her, are you planning to file a lawsuit against Puff? She said no. Around this time, December 2023, January 2024, now Jane Doe is talking to her friends about the abuse. Puffy abused her. And one of her friends told her, well, you set the tone for the relationship, so what do you expect and how do you expect to treat him? Jane Doe then went to Las Vegas and then she went to Paris, and while she was over in Paris, she said, now I need to find me a Saudi prince. Puffy left you alone, but still paid your rent, and he never threatened you about the rent. No. Around this time, January 2024, some dude named Bear gave her $9,000. She asking Bear, come over to the crib. She say, come over to the crib. Bear sent her 9,000. I think she does some promotion for some of his companies. Now, there was a big argument about this part. Mark Agnifilo stood up, that's Puffy's lead attorney, and he was saying, Your Honor, we agree that Jane Doe can testify anonymously. Cool. But none of her testimony, nor none of the names of the people in her testimony should be anonymous. Now, check me out. Jane Doe gets on a private jet with an iconic rapper, a rapper who's an icon. I need y'all to think about who this could be and put this in the comment section. Who is very close to Puffy, has done music with Puffy, and is friends with Puffy. Jane Doe gets on a private jet with this rapper, and they say girlfriend, and the rapper's girlfriend, he's at the top of the music industry, he's recorded with Puff, and he's friends with Puff. And they fly to Las Vegas, but they won't say the rapper's name. They won't say the rapper's name. Check me out. Now, when they get to Vegas, Antoine is there in Vegas, and Antoine is one of the male entertainers that Jane Doe reached out to on Instagram. That nigga is at the Vegas joint. They go to dinner. And Antoine was aware that Jane Doe traveled with this rapper and his girlfriend to Vegas. They went to a play, they went to dinner, they went to a strip club, and then they went back to the hotel. When they get back to the hotel, it's about 7 to 8 of them. They walk into the hotel room, and Antoine is having sex, knocking down this honey on the bed. And all 7 to 8 people is standing around watching Antoine have sex with this girl. This was at the Encore Hotel. The rapper on whose plane and with whose girlfriend Jane Doe flew out there with, start flirting with Jane Doe. Jane Doe pull her shirt up and show her titties. You told the government, this is Tenny Garagos, you told the government you flashed your breast to the room, to everybody in the room. The rapper then told Jane Doe, I always thought you were beautiful and I always wanted to fuck you. And I always had a crush on you. Jane Doe testified to that on the stand. Jane Doe testified to that on the stand. Check out my blue shirt. My blue shirt look money, don't it? My shirt look money, don't it? Yeah, I know it do. On December 25th, 2023, 69 days, no, 16, 30, 41 days after Cassie filed her lawsuit, Jane Doe texts Cabral, "Merry Christmas." He texts her back, "Thank you, beautiful. Good morning. What time is your flight back to Atlanta?" While Jane Doe is in the hotel room with Antoine knocking down the honey and the iconic rapper with his girlfriend who is friends with Puff and did music with Puff. While in the room, Jane Doe brings up Cabral as another person they could get who's in that kind of lifestyle. Tanny Garrigo says, "Why would you bring that up?" Jane Doe testified, "I guess the rapper and his wife picked up the energy from me or knew me and Puff do similar things." I gotta get back in the courtroom. I got more though. I got more. I'm gonna see y'all this afternoon though. But listen. Before the feds came to my office and raided my office, I had a lot of associates that called me and reached out to me every day to borrow money, to help them do this, help them to do that. You know, trying to get something out of me. After the feds came to my office, nobody came around. My phone went dead. I had to call Singular Wireless at the time. I thought something was wrong with my phone because it stopped ringing. And I said, "Yo, is my phone on?" They was like, "Yeah, sure, ain't nothing wrong with your phone." Everybody dipped when the feds came and raided my office. Everybody turned against me. Even my secretary, who is my son's mother, who's Little Sean's mother. The same thing that's happened in the Puff with these people, the same shit happened to me. Everybody, my brother, my mother's son, ratted on me. Sean's mother, my clients, people. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I'm a recovering drug addict. I've been clean 34 years from drugs and alcohol. I don't drink, I don't get high. I've been clean, what's today's date? The 11th? 34 years. November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. 34 years, 7 months, and 26 days. I don't smoke weed, I don't drink, I don't do nothing. I help people get clean, change their life, reunited with their kids that got taken from DIFAS, from Child Protective Services. I help them get jobs, I help them get clean, I help them stop shooting dope, I help them stop smoking crack, I help them do everything. And they agreed to testify against me to help send me to prison. When the feds came and went to them, they didn't even call me and tell me, or even wink. Yo, Sean, the feds came, they said nothing. And were willing to take the stand against me if I went to trial to send me to prison. People that I helped, people I let borrow money. I bought girls' cars, paid their car insurance, send their kids to on round trip tickets to the Dominican Republic. Both their kids paid their rent, took them to the hospital, emergency room, let them borrow money. But when the feds came, they all turned on me. Stabbed me right in the back, bang, bang. Said, "Fuck Sean." Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. The same thing everybody doing the Puff got done to me. Maybe not. I didn't have Puffy's money. I had about a $1.2 million net worth. I had 9 rental properties. My salary was, I made an income. I worked for myself, $400,000 a year. I had 900. I had $656,000 in my TD Ameritrade account. I had $275,000 in my checking account, and I own a house in Paterson, New Jersey, free and clear, that was worth $150,000. I had all of that. Lost it all. Lost it all. But that was my fault. I ain't blaming nobody. That was my fault. I broke the law, and what happened to me should have happened to me. But when you get in trouble, you gonna find out who your real friends are and who ain't. And it was a blessing in disguise. My situation was a blessing in disguise. I lost all my money. I lost all my house, went into foreclosure. My house, I lost everything. I went from a $1.2 million net worth when I self-surrendered to Federal Correction Institution, Morgantown. I had $1,900 to my name. $1,900. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And my only friends in the world was my mother and little Sean, my son. Everybody else had dick. And I had a little Jamaican girl.
Hey, yo, hold on.
Little Jamaican girl.
See, that's the problem with
she helped me.
And I rock with Shot, he whipped down the post, man.
But it's losing everything and going to prison, man.
Because you know what? And this is some of my biggest fear growing up as an old nigga, because I feel like the older you get, sometimes you be talking about one thing and then you just take this shit completely left about something that happened 40 years ago. Like, hey, back in 89, Unc do this about once a stream. We be getting the Diddy news in the middle of the stream. He did it yesterday. Hey, man, he almost said what's up to the people, man. He did it yesterday, bro. He came on the stream, started talking about bitches from the South for like 20 minutes. Yo, say what's up, stream.
What's going on, gang?
What's up, man?
Twin Peak Traders in the building.
Twin Peak Traders in the building.
John. Yes, sir.
You know what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We getting lit, bro. We getting lit, man. Everybody pulling up, hopping on the stream. We're gonna be doing some in real life streams real soon. Last night we did one, but like I said, we had to put that bit behind the door. We had to lock that one up, baby. If you was there, hey, hold on, one love. Yeah, one love. You was there. Houston was in there. Hey, man. Dog. It was one of them. Man. So I appreciate everybody hopping in. We're going to go to Good Logic. He's going to break down a little bit of a government cover-up. And then we're going to keep going from stream to stream. Hit the like button, subscribe, super chat. And please send this out to anybody you love, man. This is premium black news.
We have a brand new cover-up courtesy of Maureen Comey and sanctioned by the court. I am Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm a New York litigator who has practiced in this very courthouse. I come to this trial every day because I want to break down for you how effective a job the state is doing in prosecuting the 5 charges that they've levied against Diddy, how well the defense is doing, and how the court is doing. I also try to present to you the vibe as to what is going on in the courtroom. And I'll tell you that the 2 things I picked up from this morning is the vibe is very definitively that it is unlikely that the state will be able to secure a conviction against Diddy with respect to the 3rd of the 5 charges, that of 18 USC 1591 sex trafficking Jane. And I'll break down for you why that is. And I also want to break down for you where we're seeing this cover up and how disturbing it is. So during the course of her testimony, and Jane has been on the stand for a week now. We're now 2 days into her cross-examination, and it's not a problem that Jane seems to be lacking credibility. Even people who believe what she's saying, and I happen to be one of them, I think that a lot of what she's saying seems true, although there are more inklings that are sort of drifting in now that some of her love may have been motivated by the lifestyle of being in this rapper world. And I'm drawing that because on cross-examination, she was asked that when she went on a trip to Paris with her girlfriends, you know, and she was at that point on a break from Diddy, and she was in a fight with Diddy and distance from him, that she was asked, did you make a comment to when you were enjoying yourself in France, weren't you? Yeah. And you made a comment to one of your friends that all you need now is a Saudi prince? And she giggled and said, yes. And what the defense wants us to take from that is that this woman is a gold digger. Now, I want to be clear about something. Even if a woman is a gold digger, even if you draw that conclusion, which I know a lot of people who have commented on my videos believe she's certainly a gold digger, I don't know whether that's true or not. But let's accept for a moment that that premise that she's a gold digger. To me, and perhaps to many on the jury, that does not mean that she could not be trafficked. That doesn't preclude the possibility that she walked into this looking to be a gold digger, or if not for the money itself, but for the power and status of being a main player in this world. Even if that's her motivation, and even if she's willing to capitulate and degrade herself in certain ways in order to stay in there for certain periods of time, that doesn't mean that there aren't other times at a certain point where Diddy is forcing her to engage in these type of marathon sexual encounters at his direction with strangers that she doesn't want to do it. The only reason she's doing it is to please Diddy, and perhaps in the early going, some of the encounters she's engaging in, we can properly deem her choice and not trafficking. Because if it's her choice, it cannot qualify under 18 USC 1591 as if she's trafficked. It's only if she's forced. And it's not just that she's forced, not that she subjectively feels forced, but in order for this to be established against Diddy, he has to have mens rea. He has to have intent. He has to know he's forcing this woman to do something that she does not want to do. So that's why, from my perspective, the financial leverage that he has over her, that he's paying her rent, if he feels like he's doing that, he's being nice to her, he's paying her rent, and she feels subjectively like that puts her at his discretion and control, I don't think that necessarily will rise to a level to say that he has mens rea, he has the intent to force her. Because he could just think this is what she wants to do in exchange for the money, like a hooker. Right? I mean, a hooker is not being trafficked because they're choosing to engage in it. So if that's what she's choosing to do, and she's sort of playing this hooker/girlfriend type of role, well, in that case, that's something. People are allowed to prostitute themselves without the pimp necessarily being considered that they're sex trafficking. It only becomes sex trafficking once they are forcing the person to act against their will. And that's why, for me, the financial leverage that he had over her, or may have had over her, I don't think that it makes us cross into 18 USC 1591. But still, I think it's possible to get there. I think it's very fair to argue with Cassie that once he starts trying to blackmail her, which, if you believe Cassie, that he was threatening he's going to release videos of her freak-offs, and that he's going to share it with her mother and share it with the world, and she's even documenting that she's being threatened, and he's showing it on a plane. To me, this can draw a conclusion that he's intentionally trying to make her feel like she has no way out of this. And she said that she was expressing years earlier, how do you get out of this situation? If you can't get out of the situation, that's when, and he knows that he's not letting you out of the situation, that's where I think you cross over. Even if Cassie, let's say theoretically, started as a gold digger, she may have, a lot of people I'm sure believe that about her. I have no reason to think that's true, but even if that's 100% true, at a certain point you can see how we can cross over between the blackmail and also the physical abuse that's been documented that he engaged in against Cassie, and documented and testified to. That all can help take someone who might start the relationship as a gold-digging girlfriend. Give me a moment. That they may start as some type of gold-digging girlfriend, but at a certain point, if they can't get out, and he knows I'm not letting you get out, in that case we can cross over into a zone where that gold-digging girlfriend is now being trafficked. They're being forced to act against their will. In contrast, what we hear from Jane is that Jane seems to, there's no incident where she's and you have to go engage in this type of sexual activity or else. We've never heard about an or else. The closest thing we've had to an or else is that she felt that if she did this, and at one point he's like, okay, if you don't want to be my girlfriend, I'm going to stop paying your rent. If you want to claim that that falls up, that rises to a level of control, okay, I'll tell you right now, very few people in the viewing room I'm in think that this as a situation where indeed she was trafficked. In fact, we actually see multiple instances where Jane is using the ability to offer to dangle this carrot in front of Diddy in order to help draw him in closer. We saw on Valentine's Day that she's like, I got a special thing for you. I'll perform for you with 2 guys. That's her using it as a carrot, saying, don't go with one of your other girlfriends, hang out with me on Valentine's Day. She testified today, and then she reaffirmed what she had said on Direct, which is that he did this beautiful romantic birthday for her in 2024. And it made her feel so happy and so thrilled. This is after they reconciled and got back together. That she felt so happy that, you know, they had this birthday party through the night. It was so romantic, everything she always wanted. And she felt that Diddy deserved a hotel night. So they called up Don and she performed with Don. To me, this comes across as if she's using it as a way of rewarding him. That means that she seems to have control and decision-making power here. And if she has that control and decision-making power, we don't need to sit there analyzing, did she start off as a gold digger? Was she not a gold digger? At the end of the day, she has power. She's not being trafficked. That makes her very different from your typical victim of being trafficked. But I need to get to the point here where I want to talk about the government cover-up, which was gross and disturbing. And I'm going to, because they worked so hard to cover it up, I'm going to speculate as to what it was that they were trying to cover up. When they were talking about the break that they had, which went from like sometime in late November to through the end of the year and into January of 2024, she testified that at a certain point in January, she got an invitation from a rapper to go on a trip to Las Vegas. So she's like, cool, let's go. He said you can bring a couple of your friends. I'm pretty sure she took a couple of friends with her. I'm not positive about that part. But she decided, okay, I'm going to go. When she goes there, she bumps into Antoine. Now, Antoine is one of the performers or entertainers who she had engaged with on multiple occasions with Diddy. So she knew Antoine through that. When she bumps into him at this party, and this party, which is in January of 2024, was being thrown by this rapper for his wife or girlfriend, and they kept referring to her as wife or girlfriend. Now they sort of like glom past that whole part of it, and it was only on cross-examination today that it became evident just how hard the state and the court and even the defense seems to be going along with it, how hard everyone in this courtroom is working to make sure that we never find out who this rapper is. What they did was they showed a video of the rapper at the party that she was at, and they said, we're going to mute the sound here so that no one can hear the sound. And when she's questioning Jane, she says, so this is a rapper, right? And he's a friend of Jay-Z, right? Yes. And he's not just a rapper, he's one of the biggest names in the industry, isn't he? Yes. He's a cultural icon, isn't he? Yes. And this was a party he was making for his wife/girlfriend. Yes. And then after they went from the party, they go up to this rapper's room, and she follows up to the room. And in the room, she sees Antoine performing with a woman. They don't tell us which woman it is. And what's everyone in the audience doing there? Oh, they're all standing around watching this couple engaging in sex. So that's what she and this rapper and this rapper's wife/girlfriend were watching Antoine perform. They never told us who the woman was that was performing. I don't know if that's our business. I have no reason to speculate as to who in particular it was. However, what I'll be clear with you about is this. They definitely didn't want us to know who the rapper was. And furthermore, she said that she ended up referring, this is what she shared with us on Cross today, that she ended up sharing the name Cabral. Now, Cabral is another entertainer performer. And she said that she told them about Cabral when they were asking her if she knew anyone else in the lifestyle being a reference to this explicit sexual activity. So now we have this rapper who's basically asking her, hey, you know any other performers who would be really good to enjoy, for us to hire, to bring on in here? So she offered the name Cabral. Tenny Garagos asked Jane, why'd they ask you? What made them ask you? That think that you would know someone? You know, the whole time we're hearing about how secret this is. So she said, well, maybe I seemed comfortable with what was happening there, or maybe it's possible that they know a little bit about what Diddy is into. So this is someone who's close enough with Diddy that they know what he's into, and they figure that she would be able to perform something. By the way, something else she mentioned, which the defense brought out to help take away some of the shine and veneer of refinery around Jane, is that they had her admit that she flashed the audience at one point there. Like she was just having a good time, so she decided to flash the audience. And perhaps that's what led them to believe that she was very comfortable with the situation. I don't know. She hasn't testified to that causal link specifically. But the interesting thing is here, when they're talking about this, it was very obvious that there was a paramount objective that they do not possibly let the jury, anyone outside the jury, know who this rapper was. And it was so contorted. They're bending over backwards, making sure we can't even hear the guy's voice because they're worried that people in the audience will recognize his voice. So they turned off all the volume. They said, we're just going to show you a video of you and this rapper at the party and just confirm that, yeah, that this is this guy. Also that this rapper flirted with her and you know, there's other stuff. Bottom line is this. The way they were bending over so hard to protect them, my first thought was, you know, they're referring to him as an icon in the industry. My first thought, I was speculating, is that it was Jay-Z. However, that doesn't fit with the information we have. The reason it doesn't fit with the information we have is because the birthday party they were going to celebrate was for the rapper's wife and or girlfriend, and it's not clear whether they were using the term wife or girlfriend because this is a woman who takes both roles, or because they're trying to keep it that veiled that we shouldn't know whether or not this rapper is married. But I checked up as to when Beyonce's birthday is, and her birthday is in September. So even though I thought that Jay-Z would fit as far as being the potential answer to whom this may be, it doesn't work when you know that she's there for the rapper's wife girlfriend's birthday in January. And when I was having this conversation with other journalists who were all trying to speculate about this, someone pointed out that Kanye is good friends with Diddy, and that his wife/girlfriend, I'm not sure what status she has, I think that status might change back and forth, I'm not sure, but that her birthday is January 5th. So I don't know who the rapper is. I have no idea. I'm just other than the clues that we've gotten so far. So anyone who's saying they know definitively is probably exaggerating. I would surmise. What I'm saying is this is the reason that had people in the audience here who were all speculating, and this is not a factual assertion at all. This is purely opinion and speculation based on what we have. But it's very bothersome that the state worked so hard to make sure we shouldn't know who this person is. Like, what is the point? It's supposed to be open court. And the court seems to go along with this. The court seems to be accepting of this and saying, oh yeah, it's sure for you to do this. And compelling, seemingly, the defense to make sure that they don't give any clues that would provide insight as to who this rapper is. What is the reason for this? Why is this being hidden from us? The court is supposed to be a matter of public record, and it's very, very bothersome to see that the state, and in particular this district attorney, who has been accused and has revealed indications that they bend over backwards to protect celebrities and politicians and other folks like that, yet again is engaging in conduct which just makes you scratch your head as to why is it that this is information that has to be shrouded in secrecy from the public writ large. There's nothing embarrassing about what's happening here. There's nothing illegal. There's no, so we're forced to speculate now, and I feel bad speculating, but I have to tell you what the talk around the courtroom is in order to give you a vibe for this trial is going. The final point I'll make here is the vibe is that the chances of getting a conviction based on what we've heard from Jane are very slim. I struggle to find anyone here who thinks that she's properly classified as being trafficked. And if that's the vibe that I'm getting from the non-jurors, the limited audience who's watching this, I have to think that many people in the jury are reaching similar conclusions, and that the state is going to struggle to actually get a conviction on that third charge under 18 U.S.C. 1591 for trafficking Jane. I'm Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. If you like this type of content, please like, share, subscribe, and make sure you hit the bell for all notifications. Till next time, Godspeed.
Yo, we back in the building. We back in the building. We back in the goddamn building, man. We got my sister Tessa Tales. She about to pop up. Hit the like button, subscribe. We got Tessa Tales. We're gonna pop up on the screen. She cooking. She is cooking. Did we play the white girl?
U.S. versus Sean Combs. It's day 22, and it's been a really weird morning. We didn't actually start, or we didn't get Jane on the stand until about 11. There were some evidentiary issues, and then a note was passed to the judge, and he brought lead counsel as well as Tenny Garagos and Alexandra Shapiro into the roving room, obviously the government lead counsel as well, and they didn't come out for quite a long time, which caused a lot of speculation here. And now there was also some speculation, and I did speak to somebody that was very close to the government's case, that there was speculation of somebody very high profile that was friends with Diddy around the courthouse. I do not have any proof of this, or they were around the courthouse.
Hey, y'all notice something? Y'all notice something? I feel like this Diddy coverage reminds me of church service, right? Now, if you've been to a white and a black church, these are two different places, right? White church, they'll go over scripture like one time. Then we go over 30 scriptures during service, and you're out of church in like an hour and a half, maybe even 45 minutes, all right? Like, look at the white content creators, and they want to cover the Diddy trial. They got a little 9-minute video talking about everything, very clear. You can understand what they're saying. Last we watched like 13-minute video, pretty clear, concise. You can understand what's going on, right? Tessa, Sean G, Armand, all these other, the black ones be making a 2-hour video for 10 minutes of information. They be going here, there. Sean G be talking about shit they ain't got nothing to do with it. Niggas be making 2-hour videos on a 7-minute update, and by the end of the video, sometimes I still don't know what the fuck happened, because they done went so many places and reframed what was actually said that sometimes I'll be confused at the end of the story. I'm like, bro, I know I was listening, but I don't know what the fuck just happened. So, the white content creators, short, cool, compact videos, 11-minute, 10-minute here, 8-minute there. Niggas is trying to get them streams up. Niggas is on live for 3 hours for a 40-minute update, man. I can't believe it, man. But let's go ahead. Salute to these good white journalists, man, to help us condense this time of coverage.
The speculation is, and the rumor is, that it was Kanye West. But again, no proof. I don't have proof. But I do believe that what they were arguing about has, well, I'll just get to it. Because when they came out of the roving room, Mark Cagnifilo stood up and essentially said that he wanted to make something clear because he didn't have a chance to really argue this properly in the roving room. And he also wanted to ensure that his client heard his argument, and also asked for his client to be part of the next arguments when they discuss this issue. But he he started off by saying that, Your Honor, trials are public so that the public can come forward with information that they have while following or viewing these trials. And he kind of said, and that's exactly what happened. So he brought up a January 2024 hotel incident in Las Vegas with a few people present, 7 or 8 people. And it sounded like he wanted the names of these people to be public. And the government did not, and the judge essentially ruled that these names would not become public. But they're still going to have more discussions about this. So, we'll see. But yeah, it was interesting. And if you recall from the direct testimony, Jane had said she took a Vegas trip with another rapper and his girlfriend in January of 2024. And they saw Antoine, the adult film star. So this is kind of pertaining to that. So I will get into that portion of the testimony, but this led me to believe, well, number one, was that rapper Kanye West? Number two, did he hear that this was talked about during direct, and did he come forward with more information for the defense to have during their cross-examination? And was that possibly why he was here? I don't know. Again, me speculating. So, but let's get into the facts of today, shall we? So we started back where we left off yesterday with Cassie's lawsuit. Jane got wind of the lawsuit. She was very upset. She said that, she was reading it. She did not realize that Cassie had done the same things that she had done, and she ended up, sharing her feelings with Diddy, and they got into these discussions where Diddy had said to her, this, I didn't know you felt that way type of thing. And, they were not together anymore because we had established they had broken up. She was upset that he took someone else to London, and she was just jealous. Yeah, they broke up. So, but she said to him, I felt this way. I felt like 98% of the time I was, obligated, this and that. And we heard a voice note or a voice memo from Diddy that was partially redacted. But he basically said, I didn't know you felt this way. How do I make it right? How do we move forward, et cetera, et cetera. And also, there was some argument about Jane's diary entries coming into play about how she felt, during this time. I don't think those are going to be entered into evidence because they were, she wrote this after Cassie's lawsuit. So the defense had kind of argued, well, she already saw this settlement. She already saw all of this. So, how is it fair that all of a sudden the wheels are turning? And yeah. So there were text messages read by Tenny. The jury was shown these, I guess. We did not see them, where it was November of 2023 or perhaps December. It was December of 2023. Diddy said, I don't want to fight. What's the solution here? We're going into a new year. And Jane had said she wanted $100,000 per year of being with him and doing these hotel nights, which was 3 years. And she wanted the love contract to play out, and she wanted him to continue to pay his rent. I don't know if he paid her this money. We did not hear about that. But she did not speak to him in all of January, but he still paid her rent, and Christina Coram made sure of that. We also heard from Tenny that she spoke to her friends about this, and one of her friends had said to her, well, you set the tone in your relationship, what do you expect? And that in January, not only did she go to Vegas 2024, but she went to Paris as well. And Tenny made sure to say something that she texted her friends, like, now I just need a Saudi prince, quote unquote. So then they talk about this Vegas trip with this rapper and his girlfriend, how they flew on his private jet. And Tenny said he's an iconic rapper and he's very good friends with Mr. Combs. They are very close. That's why I thought maybe Kanye. I don't know. So she talks about how they landed, they go to a play, they go to dinner, and at dinner she sees Antoine, the adult film star that she and Diddy have used, and she's surprised, but she doesn't say anything. They go to a strip club. Later they go back to the hotel, and it's the encore, and Antoine is having intercourse with another woman on a bed, and there's 7 or 8 people watching and partying. And I guess this rapper tells her that he's always wanted to do her or be with her, and he thinks she's beautiful, whatever. And Tenny said, oh, is this before or after you flashed everyone your breasts? And Jane says, I don't remember, but yes, I did flash everyone my breasts. I was dancing in the moment. So again, I was like, oh, is this more information that the defense just got wind of? Because I felt like the government has done a good job of getting ahead of some salacious things, so their witness doesn't necessarily look bad on the stand, etc. So yes, that was that. Then, she also said that they asked her if she knew anyone else in the lifestyle they could call. And she said yes, and she texted Cabral, one of she and Diddy's entertainers, and Tenny was like, okay, well, why'd they ask you that? And she was like, oh, maybe they picked up on my energy, or maybe they knew. And then she talked about seeing Diddy again in February of 2024 for her birthday, and how, you know, he did this great birthday thing for her. And Tenny brings up that she had meetings with both, Jane had meetings with both the government and the defense, and the government was present for the defense's meetings. So she brings up, well, did you sleep or be with an entertainer, Dawn, the night of your birthday? Because didn't you say that, you know, Diddy did such a good job with your birthday, you agreed to it? And she said yes, because they did in fact call Dawn the entertainer that night, even though it was their first night together in a long time, etc. She said that she loved what he did for her birthday, so she agreed to Dawn. And then talked about changes in Diddy after Cassie's lawsuit. You know, she said he was more loving, he was acting different, he was more apologetic, he listened. And then we get to their fight in June of 2024. And essentially Tenny just wanted to sort of say that, or bring up that she started it. They were having a good time. She didn't have proof that this other woman was on this trip with his family that he just took, and that she's the one that slammed his head into the marble, called him a pedo, and you know, said that he's disgusting and that she hates him, threw candles at him, and that he didn't actually put his hands on her until she tried to run out the door or something. And then Tenny kind of said, okay, and then when you came back, he didn't initially like punch you in the head, you started calling him names again, and then you punched him first and he punched you back. And so she just kind of said, you know, she just wanted to get that out there. So again, she wanted to indicate that Jane started it, type of thing. So they have to argue about more evidentiary issues after lunch. This will be my only video of the day because I do have another gig that I have to get to today, but anything that I missed, I will put out for tomorrow. So my apologies, but it's been a pretty weird day, I must say. So we'll see what happens.
See, once again, quick, nice, white wrap up. I felt I got more information from her than Sean G. Here go my sister. You know, I ain't gonna say she on a booger sugar, but she definitely be moving different. And yesterday's episode, she was moving way different. I was like, Tessa, I don't know what the fuck going on. You talking to the chat, you talking to niggas on the sidelines, you talking to a lot of niggas. You know, you got your nose in the air. Hey, nigga, tighten up, man. We see it.
Let me start over.
Hey, nobody runs from the blow. You run towards it.
Y'all, welcome to National Diddy You Going to Jail Day. You guys, what am I talking about? If you guys don't know, Jane Doe has left the stand. And when I tell you, she has completely devastated Diddy's defense. When I tell you, she has destroyed Diddy's defense. Let me tell you, I don't care what you read on a live tweet from Twitter. I was in there. Tenny Garagos got off to a slow start. She eventually landed the plane, but baby, she landed that plane in Newark, all right? Maureen Comey got back on the ones and twos, and she landed that plane in JFK International and took up all the runways. That is the best analogy I can. She landed that plane in Newark, and if you know what's going on with Newark traffic control, you know what I'm talking about. We thought the plane was going to fall, but somehow it touched the ground. Y'all, let's get into this because there was some play going on, okay? It was actually very gross, but I find that this is characters of Diddy's team. Now, listen, let me just say this, right? I get it. When you are when you are defending an alleged SMEX trafficker, it's always a little weird. You always make like weird arguments. You always say gross things. I get it. But one thing I do want to say about Tenny Garagos is They were literally asking this woman why she didn't leave her house where her child lived, where all her stuff was and everything, because Diddy was roaming around that B like King Kong. It's almost like, and this is the argument they seem to make, you know, remember when y'all was little and your parents would be like, y'all better not fight, and you'd be like, I'm not punching you in the face, I'm just walking like this. And if my fist connects, and then when they're just like, why you punch him in the face? You're like, I didn't punch him, I was just walking like this. It gave me of, why did you stand in front of my, like, why did you stand in front of my knife? Are you serious? Is this the best thing you can do? That Diddy basically is King Kong and we all have to live in fear of him? Y'all, let's get into this, because some of the arguments that, I'm still looking for my notebook, some of the arguments that Tenny Garagos was making was nonsensical. And I gotta tell you, for them to be making those arguments, it really makes you think, is this the best you got? Because I'll say it once and I'll say it again. If you don't see Rico, you need to open your eyes. If you don't see the sex trafficking by fraud, force and coercion, you need to open your eyes. One thing I will actually say is, okay, Maureen Comey bought that mess home. Maureen Comey bought that mess home. Now, when it comes to juror number 6, I know you guys are all asking, we are still trying to see what is going on with juror number 6. Just to let you know, I found out a few days ago that the person I thought was juror number 6 might not be juror number 6. They said all the jurors have a number and they have them, like they mix them up in rows, okay? So yes, there is a person that always sits in the 6th seat, but we don't know if that is juror number 6. We actually won't know who the juror is until they don't show up in the morning, or we might never know until the trial is over, okay? But when it comes to juror number 6, all right, it is not anything that rises to a level that they got to kick them out immediately. That would be if they were doing something straight up illegal. This is something that they're saying is with paperwork. It could be immigration status. It could be they lied about something on their application. The point is, it's something that means that legally they do not have a right to sit in that seat. Now, the defense is like, we don't care. It's just a little issue. But the prosecution is saying, no, get them out of here. Now, you do have to wonder, why does the prosecution want them out of there? When you combine it with the fact of Diddy was connecting and nodding to the jurors, I don't know. Now, Diddy's team made the argument that they're trying to kick all the black men, a black person. I don't know if they say a black person or a black man off the thing. So that narrows it down. The jury is about half black, half white. And when it comes to male, that narrows it down even more. However, I don't know if they say it's a black person or a black male. I actually have to go look at the transcripts, okay? The point of the matter is, that's how we got it in our heads, that it was black, because Diddy's lawyers keep leaking stuff when they're on the stand. I don't know if they're leaking, but they want everybody to know, okay? So where are we at with that, okay? Well, we need to talk about quite a few things, right? The judge said everybody's made their arguments, and the judge is going to decide today what actually happens with juror number 6. So if I go there on Monday, actually if I see tomorrow, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, there's no 12, we will know what juror is off there. Again, listen, in law, you see that it is a game, and you take every advantage you can. If you are not 100% sure that a juror is filling you and rocking with you, if you get a chance, right, to get them off, remove them. I do think that if this is a juror, I think it is, I feel like they're part of the Holy Trinity. I feel like they're part of this clique. I feel like they're under, I don't know. If it was me, I'd be like, bye-bye too. What'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? What? You paid your cell phone bill 2 days late. Security, guards, get them out of here. We can't have people in this jury that paid their cell phone bill 2 days late. I'm sorry, if you read the fine print on AT&T, they said if you paid your cell phone bill 2 days late, that's a fine actionable for a court criminal proceeding. So you're a criminal. Get out of there. I would take every single opportunity, because Diddy's team is taking every single opportunity they can to 100% stack the deck. Rose J, thank you so much for the super chat. They are taking 100% every opportunity, and law is a game. Baby, there are no tears in law. Take the opportunities as they come. Okay? Now, listen, let's talk about Tinny Garagos and the way she was literally picking the victim apart about how come on what has been one, oh, sorry, almost dropped my phone, on what has been one of the most insane, it's cross, redirect, and recross. Tinny Garagos actually suggested that Jane, with a black eye, with knots all over her head, right? With a man demanding she take a F&E pill and go perform. With a man that is paying her rent, has threatened to blackmail her with videos, has beat her ASS, with a man that we saw, on the Cassie tape, they all saw it, with a man that at that time was powerful and was running the industry, and with a man who you literally got caught messing with, who, according to Jane Doe, there is beef between him and other very important people at her life, so she's kind of isolated herself. The lead attraction said, Tease, I love your narratives. Incredible, thank you. A man like that, who everybody fears and everybody's laying down to. Hey, you get home safely. All right. Who everybody fears and everybody is saying that they run the industry and grown men. You're trying to tell us that when that mofo tells you to go get in your car and drive down to your gated community, which is literally a 2-minute drive, and let the SMEX worker in, that he said, you're not ruining my MF night. You're trying to tell us that an abused woman with a visible black eye should leave her home where her son lays his head, right? Where their daughter lays their head, where everybody, like where any parent, right? Because I'm thinking at it holistically from a parent, son, daughter, whatever it is, where their child lays their head, son, daughter, I think she got 2 kids, one, it doesn't matter, where their potential child lays their head. You're trying to tell me that she should leave, right? You're trying to tell me that she should leave and make sure that her daughter can't go back and get the tutu for her ballerina recital. You're trying to tell me that her potential kid can't go back and get something from baseball practice. You're telling me, because she said, you have family, right? You have family, okay, in the LA area. You're telling me that they have to, and you guys, listen, stop it. Put your mind in her mind. You're trying to tell me that she was supposed to vacate her house because a madman was running through it. And if she didn't show up on her family's doorstep, black and blued, right? Daughter asking, Mommy, why can't we? Son asking, Mommy, what's going on? Hey.
So you want to put Nancy Grace now?
Oh, yeah.
I've been down here. Did they leave you?
Yeah, the court's out. But I don't think the family.
They drove the van around. So
Oh, did they? Oh, yeah. I thought they were going this. Yeah, I'm live. Good to see you too. Okay, thank you. Right? My whole point is, hi, how are you doing? My whole point is, you're trying to tell me that in order I have to completely show up in the dead of night at my family's house, looking like I've just been through hell, crying, all this stuff, explaining everything to my mama, explaining everything to the baby, explaining everything. You're telling me that that was my responsibility, and that the ninja that is on trial, he can just sit there and stomp around your house like King Kong. The narratives are crazy. You're lucky this is not Florida, and it's stand your ground. You're lucky. You are lucky this is not Florida, and we are not in a stand. Who has the nerve to be in somebody's house, and then the defense attorney turns around and says, but you could have left, couldn't you? Left and gone where? Everybody is saying that the whole industry, everybody's saying that the whole industry was afraid of Puff. Go where? Go where? Do what? Again, the level of ignorance that Diddy's team has brought up in terms of assault, survivors and the way people act, I don't want to hear anything. And let me tell you something. To all the weak, dumb, ignorant people, all right, saying she a gold digger. All right, gold diggers can't be abused, or do they deserve it? Because how dare they get what, more than you spend 40 hours a week slaving away for? Gold diggers can't be abused. Gold diggers can't be what? They can't be murked. They can't be violently assaulted. They can't be treated less than human. I know you put that label on them because you wanted to dehumanize them, because deep down inside you have real rage toward a woman you perceive as using her body to get ahead. Even though anybody that thinks is the body is the one thing on earth that is ours. It's our temple. Nobody can take that away. The fact that you would give that away and you would be violated, that's violation on another level. But the fact I'm sick of people, oh, she a gold digger. Gold diggers can't be abused. They can't be murked. Let's just say you want to believe someone's an escort. Escorts can't be abused. Escorts can't be murdered. Escorts can't be treated less than human. I don't care what label you want to put on another human being. It in no way, shape, or form, in any way, excuses what that demon did. And that's the point that Maureen Comey made and sent home. We are in a new day. I don't care. I don't care. You see, we got the devil incarnate right now on trial. And he's getting respect. He's getting water where he's thirsty. The only reason he's still in jail is because he put himself in jail by violating. But then we got the devil incarnate.
Hey, y'all. Hey, listen, man. Tessa Tails. I ain't gonna put no snow allegations on people right now. You know what I'm saying? But he, like, just like Larry says, like, projecting, bro. It's like she literally. My thing is this, bro. I don't want you to tell me you are a journalist if you come in here with a preconceived opinion that you're trying to push as fact before the courts come to a conclusion, because you're not reporting. She doesn't come out the courtroom and reports on what happens. She comes out the courtroom and paints a narrative off of what she wants to present Puff in this case as. She doesn't, like I said before, Tessa does not come out here and tell you the facts. She comes out here and paints the narrative and paints a narrative around the facts. The white lady, when she came up on there, Sarah Cohn, whatever, she just told you what it was. When the white guy went up there, he just told you what it was. When Sean G goes up there, yeah, he's very animated and extra, but you can't really say that he's, and you might say he might be Team Puff, but he doesn't come out here and try to just like cape. But I'll say he kind of does paint the narrative in a way, to be fair. He kind of does paint narrative. But this lady here, I don't feel like she's doing any fair reporting. And then the fact that, like, she's getting called on like Nancy Grace or TMZ or like some of these places that are already pushing Puff as guilty narratives is just funny. And I'm not saying free Puff, not because I don't think he's guilty or innocent. I just, I'm just trying to cover the case, to be honest. And it's just crazy seeing people like Tessa Tails, who I got respect for. I think she's great at what she does, but she's being more of a narrative painter than a news reporter. And you got to have a level of ethics, codes, and you got to be more serious about your craft. But I do believe she may be being paid, or she may be pushed to push this narrative for different opportunities post case. If that's the case, right? If that's true, then I don't blame her. Hey, dog, if NBC got a bag, if CNN got a bag, if TMZ got a bag for Tessa after this, all you got to do is help us convict Puff. Hey, well, get your bag, do what you got to do, right? I ain't blaming you, but be real about it. Let us know, hey, I'm pushing narratives, so here's me pushing the narrative, and we'll watch and we'll enjoy it in a way where we know this isn't really fact-based, it's more narrative-driven. But just before we get back to the video, this lady is a narrative pusher. I like her. She look like my sister. You know what I'm saying? We really wouldn't date each other. We really would never work out, even though she tried. Me and her both be fighting over a mirror. And I ain't got time for that because my hair longer than hers. Let's go. Salute. Hit that Cash App like button. Come on now.
Beat all these women. Even if you want to believe all the lies, we know for a fact that you beat all these women, that you abused all these women, that you use these women for your sick sexual fantasies, but those fantasies involve pain, breaking people, psychological manipulation. He's being treated with respect. He's being treated with courtesy. He's being treated with rules and laws. That's why his ass isn't in jail right now. So who are you to say that a woman that traded her, and again, I don't think that Jane did this, but who are you to say that a woman that trades her body for survival, and I'm not saying that's what happened here, but what? Because I do believe that Jane was tricked into a relationship. I do believe that Jane, it was a Romeo pimp lover syndrome, okay? Tiffany Red is doing a great article about that. My whole point of the matter is the fact that you think because a woman has to trade her body for anything in any way discounts, and I'm not saying that's what happened with Jane, but in any way discounts at all what the animal did, I think that you need to go to therapy or you need to ask yourself why you're rooting for the villain. Maureen Comey did it today. Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. I don't care what anybody says. They have that bad boy dead to rights. He is going to jail. They have him on the sex trafficking. They have, Cassie, you only need one count of sex trafficking, right? You only need one count of sex trafficking. I believe they have two. Cassie was one, Jane was the other, all right? They got two. Force, fraud, and coercion, right? Now, let's get into the RICO. Baby, RICO, they got him dead to rights. Or even having, what's her name? Anort. Let me make sure I say this woman's name right. You know I wrote it down right. Miss Sanjay. What is this girl's name? Hold on. Here's going to be on the ones and twos tomorrow, right? They're going to have Special Agent Lamont, right? They're probably going to testify about the phone that Diddy tried to keep hidden, and now they know about it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch my videos. It's really good, right? They're also going to talk to Jonathan Perez. I had to Google him. I actually don't know what he's going to testify to. He could even be the gate man at the private gated community. They're also going to have Anya Sankar. She is a summary witness. Now, here's the thing. The summary witness takes all of the evidence. They take the flight logs. They take the hotel bills. They take the reservations. They take the credit cards. They take the money and the cash transfers, withdrawals. They take the money in the brown paper bags and they make it all make sense. A happened, then B, then C, then D, and that's how it got into the escort or entertainer's pocket. That's what they do. The summary witness is going to be a very, very powerful one. However, they do have to rule on a few exhibits. There is a group chat between KK, Fahim, Robin about securing cash because Diddy needed a lot of cash. And this is also going to be, I think that they are unofficial co-conspirators because I do not believe they were in the enterprise letter. But just like Ghislaine Maxwell, they got Jeffrey Eppilator out the way and then they brought Ghislaine Maxwell stuff in. KK has been in this up and down. It is too late to actually think about anyone else, right? Again, the fact that Tinny Garagos was asking Jane, so you walked for 10 minutes from your house? And she's like, I sprinted. Oh, so you could have just kept on going and going to your mama's house. The fact that people are so angry, like ignorant about domestic violence, and the fact that people are acting like it's okay that if a woman does, and I don't think Jane did this, but if a woman does trade her body for a place to live, for food, even for bags or for shoes, who are you to treat her like crap? This is not biblical times and this is not the Scarlet Letter. Like Jane said, how much is my body worth? This is not biblical times. The fact that there are some people that call themselves children of God that somehow feel that if somebody does something, then they deserve. You are not God, nor should you pretend to be, because God will have forgiveness. The universe would have forgiveness. It's the hate in your heart and a little bit of jealousy. I think that's what's coming out. That you want to see the person suffer and you believe that they need to suffer, okay? again, I don't know. I just found what Diddy's team did to be so disgusting. But I'll tell you what, it was not effective. They looked stupid. They sounded stupid. And Maureen Comey got back on the ones and twos, baby. She was going in. Listen, this man literally was beating her, screaming, kicking, stomping, screaming, "You want to take me away from my kids? You want to take me away from my kids?" While she was screaming, "No, I don't. No, I don't." Huddled in a ball, just like Cassie was. You guys, at a certain point, it becomes completely ridiculous. Hey, what's up? You want to say hi? Yes, sure. Look who we got. We got Miss ABC. Look who we got. Oh.
Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hold on a second. Just hold on one second.
Hold on really quick.
I
Okay.
gotta tell her something before I go.
Okay. How does he look? Okay, I'll text you how he looks.
Okay,
I forget how he looks. Okay, hold on. I can't.
Okay, so I don't want to be rude, y'all.
Sorry, guys.
I don't want to be rude.
Yes.
You know, the queen
We had
is
the
back.
lovely Darla.
Oh,
Yay!
y'all see how short I am?
No, I'm just standing on my tippy toes.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want to interrupt your work, but you're
Okay.
so kind. You're so kind. But yes, I'm going to send you a picture.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
so much.
alrighty.
And I'll give you a call a little later. Okay. Thank y'all. That is the lovely Darla from ABC Live. I know y'all recognize her. All right, listen, you said spill the tea, honey. Sorry, that was completely off the record. Really quick, let's get into a commercial break. Really quick, right? Because I want to say thank you, Egyptian Deity. Thank you so much for the super chat. P said he was a rich pimp with too much control. Exactly. Chef Tasha said, "Hey, Tisa Tells, love you." Chef Tosh from Cleveland, Ohio. All the little chicks with the crimson lips. Okay, let me stop playing. Cleveland rocks. B Crumbs, thank you for gifting a membership. Blue Sky said, "Who's the next witness? Can you do the Jane recap video? Thanks. I'm a June Gemini." Shout out to the June Geminis. Also, the Break of Day. Thank you so much for the super chat and for gifting a membership. So Rita LaBelle said, "Tisa, the heat got nothing on you. You're still looking beautiful. Fantastic job and congrats on Nancy Trace. Grace, keep up the great work. Lunch on me, thank you." Even though y'all know I need to stand up, Miss Emil. Yanabi said, "What was the decision on the judge admitting Jane's notes? Keep up the great work. Love watching you." Now, I got to be honest with you. With the notes, Maureen Comey was pissed. The notes, there was a battle over that, and it didn't go the way Maureen Comey wanted to go. But you know what? She came back on the direct, mad as F, walking in, and baby, she blade them. The jury was like, oh. Chef Cha, I'm going to tell you in a second. Chef Tasha, thank you so much. I'll be ready in 2. Made by a Beauty said, "Fantastic reporting, Tisa. You give me life. Thank you." The lead attraction said, "Tisa, I love your narratives." Oh, yeah, thank you again. All right, so I got through all the super chats. Oh, and Blessed Child, thank you for gifting a membership. And Alondra Yawil, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, so listen, let me tell you what happened with the motion, okay? I was actually really disappointed. I thought they made a good argument. So the prosecution was trying to suggest, right? They were trying to suggest that that there was something improper, okay? We're gonna have to walk and talk. They were trying to suggest that there was something improper in what the defense was the defense was trying to suggest that there was something improper with the prosecution for offering immunity. They were trying to make it seem as if Jane Doe, hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up? They were trying to make it suggest as if there was something very improper in what Jane Doe was saying. Basically saying that she tailored her testimony to go along with, they tailored the testimony to go along, hold on really quick, 1 second. I'm back, sorry. I had to take something, right? Oh, thank you, B, for retracting that message. Or also, Miss Gemini said, "You're killing it. Love you, TT." Thank y'all so much. Okay, so they tried to suggest basically that there was something improper. You know how they always do. "Oh, you're only saying this because you lying for the prosecution, and the prosecution wasn't threatening to throw you in jail." You never say this. But Tenny Garagos was super heavy-handed with this. Maureen Comey made an argument that they opened the door, all right? Maureen Comey made an argument. I got to go up this way and talk to a line sitter. Maureen Comey made an argument that they opened the door, okay? By opening the door, that means that you should be able to now pull up her notes from 2023, 2024. However, Mr. Driscoll, right? He was good at what he did. I hate to see it coming. made an argument that the Supreme Court has ruled on this and that the answer is no, okay? The Supreme Court has ruled on this and the answer is no, okay? Now, when he actually ruled on it, hey, 1 second, guys, hold on, 1 second. Hey, no, hold on. Okie dokie, hold on a second.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, my number? Yeah, I want to give you.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Let me just get this.
Yeah. You good?
1 second, I'm getting a number. I just need a pen. Do
Yeah.
you guys have a pen?
I got a pen.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here. I got it.
Okay, I'll text you later. Sorry, guys, I'm almost done. And I'm melting. Woo! Let me hurry and get over this.
Take down your name and
I can text either y'all on this number, right?
text it to his.
Okay, perfect. Hold on, guys. I'm just getting something done. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm about to tell you. I know I'm melting, but we'll go.
What's that?
I'm melting. I'm on live right now. Sorry about that. I'm talking to. But thank Okay. So.
I'm JoJo.
Jojo, nice to meet you.
Yes, be good.
And thank you, Kevin. Okay, definitely. Thank you. Yeah.
Is that a 2?
Wait, is that, what's this? I'm just getting numbers.
9992. I put it there. 3 9s and a 2.
Okay, 418-9992.
Okay, perfect. Got you. Okay, thank you. I'm going to text you guys like in less than an hour, okay? I want to see if I can get a spot for tomorrow.
Perfect.
Yeah? Okay.
Travel.
Oh,
Thank you.
almost thought. Okay,
Have a
so
good day.
listen, thank you. See ya. Okay, so, right? To make a long story longer, right? Because this is what you have to do. They were arguing that they should have at least have an hour. They should at least have a whole year in order to explain what was going on. We're having technical difficulties. They were arguing. Thank you so much.
I had to have him pull up on John because John was coming for me.
Oh, really? Oh. So, okay, we're good. I see you. So listen. So anyway, they were arguing they should be able to use these notes, which were like a digital diary, right? Now, Mr. Driscoll from Diddy's team showed up. It was like, Your Honor, actually, I think A, B, and C, okay? I'm not going to lie, he made a good argument. There was a Supreme Court case, right? The only problem was the Supreme Court case was actually showing for when there's only one motive, not two motives. But here's the thing, right? Technically, Maureen Comey had a great argument, but the judge didn't want to make a precedent because if he opened this door on this, then when it came to the defense and when they were on the direct, it would open the door for so much. It was a lot for Judge Aaron to take in and a lot for Judge Aaron to go out on a limb for something that could have also been the grounds for an appeal because the sentence they wanted in completely devastated the whole cross-examine of Jane Doe. Okay? The judge came back, he ruled on it, he said no. But you know what? Out of every crushing disappointment, something good comes on, right? What is it that came out of it? All right? What came out of it? Maureen Comey got that she literally got hellfire in her. And when she went up on that stage with the redirect, oh my God, hold on, let me set up my little tripod. When she went, hold on. When she went, hold on, y'all. Wait till y'all see this. Right? Hold on. Okay. When she came in on the redirect, Miss Mama bags came in. Miss Mama came in like this. Maureen Comey came up to that stand. Jane! She literally woke the girls up. She literally busts through every single story that Tinny Garagos was trying to get. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So then she was like, right? So anyway, I'm sweating. People are recognizing me. Whew, this has been a hell of a day, but we getting in here. Huh?
What's your TikTok?
Teaser tells. Yeah. All right, get home safely too. All right. I'm dying. I'm hanging in here for y'all, but it's 90 degrees out here. I am whatever. Anyway, she came out and she literally actually said everything. She said, what were you made to do? Cover up wounds with makeup, covered up wounds. I had to send for Antoine, right? She also dug into their story about what was going on with all of the things of saying it was her choice, showing in clear graphic detail. She literally was like, Jane, when Sean kicked in the first door, were you free to leave? No, I wasn't. Well, no, it was the thing about Diddy being safe. Jane, when Diddy kicked in the first door, did he feel safe? I think he did. When he kicked in the second door, did he feel unsafe? No, he didn't. In the third door, fourth door, chase you down, put you down. Said when they picked you up in a chokehold and let your little feet dangle, right? Did he feel unsafe? The whole time Jane was like, no, ma'am, he didn't. She destroyed Tinny Garagos, blew Tinny Garagos out the water. But you know what was so satisfying about it? Let me take this down again. Do you know what was so satisfying? I know I'm just like dying, right? Do you know what was so satisfying about it? I'll tell you what exactly was so satisfying about it. I really honestly feel like what was so satisfying about it was just the simple fact that at the end of the day, right? The simple fact that at the end of the day, Maureen Comey said everything that we were all thinking. Maureen Comey was sitting there through 2 days or 3 days of cross-examination when it was the most stupid, benign, dumb stuff you ever heard. Maureen Comey really did and really took and embodied like everything that people were thinking and everything that people were feeling. It really was quite something and like quite a spectation, right? Sherry Reddy said $15 for the love. I'm gonna need to cool off, right? Where's the fan Melissa got me? But it really was something to observe. It really was something quite breathtaking. She took all the anger we felt. She took all the hostility that we felt. She took all the rage that we felt for the misinformation that Diddy's been putting along, for the dumb, nonsensical reasons that Diddy has been trying to gaslight us. She took all that and she said in a cohesive, simple way, no, we are not doing this. This just isn't happening. We're not doing this. And from that, she literally got the prosecution one of the biggest wins ever, okay? They approved RICO. They approved 2 counts of sex trafficking. There is not one thing that they said Diddy did that they have not proven within an inch of their lives. And the only thing left to do is to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, he did it, but what? What? She deserved it because she wanted rent? She deserved it because she wanted bags? That's what you sign up for when somebody gives you money? If that's the case, half of those dumb, ignorant people saying that to be having their bosses spitting in their face and punching them in the face every day because they're giving you money, right? They're paying your bills. What's the problem? In any case, right? In any case, it was very, very, you mind turning that down? It was very, 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 it was a very triumphant day. It was a very triumphant day. And I'm super, super proud of Maureen Comey, right? Of what she did and the way she fought for victims. And then after it was all over, she ran back behind Jane just to make sure, right? She ran back behind Jane just to make sure that everything was okay. Again, it was a beautiful, glorious moment. Tinny Garagos tried to get back on the 1 and 2s, but I'm telling you, she couldn't recover by then. It was too much, and she couldn't actually recover. So where do you go from there, right? Where do you go from here? The prosecution is resting their case early. Now, there may be a surprise witness sometime next week, but I believe they said for the rest of the week, everybody that's left is nothing but a summary witness. And you know what they say about summary witnesses? It's just to wrap it up so you can see the cash flow with the RICO and how the money flowed out of Diddy's businesses and into hookers' pockets, into doctors' pockets, into sex trafficking victims' pockets. You will see, and not even that, it shows the flow. Sorry, I'm trying to get stable. It shows the flow of how, actually, what am I doing? I can just hold this in my hand. I'm like trying to hold this on a selfie stick. There. It shows literally that when it comes to everything that Diddy was doing, he used his company as a piggy bank. That is why there is forfeiture rules, and that is why Diddy is going to lose everything. Again, it was a beautiful, beautiful moment that we actually saw in court. Again, Maureen Comey lifted her sword. That's the only thing I say. She lifted her sword. she did her thing. I will say one thing. There was something in the testimony Jane said when she was talking about he used her and abused her and did all these things to her, and it was so tear-filled. And she talked about, like, why would she let somebody treat her like that? And she just wishes, she was basically saying a lot of stuff. And I'm gonna reenact it when I get home. I'm just waiting, to reenact it. But she was saying all this stuff, and it was just something so heartbreaking about it, about someone that realizes that they have been used, abused, and treated as an object, not even for their pleasure, but for their pain. I can't help but think, because he is so diabolical, that what Kim Porter went through. I know they have like a love story, but damn, didn't Cassie and Diddy have a love story? Nobody knew what she was going through, right? And they had a love story. But my whole point of the matter in that is, and just hear me out, right? Diddy seems to like messing with women that have children. And it seems like the women that he messes with that have children have children with women that he
I'm gonna pause this because let me say this too with Tessa. Like, this whole case was about Cassie that had no kids. So why did she say Diddy likes to mess with women with kids? Cassie didn't have any kids before she met Diddy. And on top of that, dog, the older you get, the more you're gonna be around women with kids. It's just natural. When I was 20 to 25, I wasn't dating any women with kids. From about 28 to 32, it's hard to find a woman that doesn't have a kid. So that's what I be saying. Her nose is red and shit. This is what I be saying. People just be talking out their ass. People just be taking. She is a narrative parent, and I love Tessa to death. I kiss her on them sweet lips right there. I swear to God. But she be capping, bro. She capping. Talking about Diddy always goes after women with kids. No, Diddy's 50-something years old, and most women around his age group probably have some kids, bro. It is what it is, bro. That's like telling all the men in the chat, y'all love to date women with kids. No, we don't. Y'all just have kids. And we're old enough for that not to be like, oh, a deal breaker. Because it's like, nigga, come on, bro. Like, y'all tripping, bro. Pete, Melrose Radio, man. You already know what time it is, bro. Real victims don't need immunity. That's what I'm saying. They need immunity because they was out there freak leaking. Goddamn capping, man. Goddamn capping. Come on, Tessa. Night, that red ass nose, Rudolph.
Children with men that he envies, he wants. Maybe he wants to bed them. Maybe he's attracted to them. Maybe he's just jealous.
What do you say, bro?
But I can't help but think,
yeah, we got
the way Jane said that there was like a little bit of friction.
Water.
That part of the reason why
nobody likes tagging along.
Diddy never took
nobody likes kids
her on trips.
Hold on. Nobody likes kids tagging along with bitches. I mean, true, but it's just a little, I'll deal with it. A kid ain't a deal breaker for me, but I don't want in 15, 20 years a girl on stream talking about he only dates women with kids. He likes to manipulate women because they have kids. It's like, nigga, nah. And then the women he's dealing with got kids is bad as hell. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Some of these women, I don't care if they got 5 kids, though. I'm still smashing. Still smash and crashing, nigga. The hell, diplomatic. That's what I'm saying. Diplomatic immunity just to act like you was a victim. Come on, dog. She's trying to equate Daphne Kim Porter practice Kim had Quincy with Albie Shear. Yeah, but all of them was in their 20s, bro. Like, wasn't like, man, like I said, bro. One thing I want Diddy to go to jail for is the crimes he committed against black people in hip hop, not the crimes you trying to paint he did with these racially ambiguous women after he got rich. I feel like if you're in the black community, this whole trial should be a slap in the face because you don't prosecute him. We all know he shot that lady in the face in 99. You don't prosecute him when he sacrificed all those kids in 92. You don't prosecute him for lining up for just at least company negligence by having Biggie Smalls killed, not having enough security detail around him, and having him in a place where his life was at danger. Then you don't have a protection about, or you don't even dig into him paying for Tupac to get killed through Keefe D. You know what I'm saying? You don't talk about all the malpractice he had with his finances and records where he put people's publishing in his mom's name or his son's name. You don't put him in jail for that. You don't put him in jail for not having insurance for certain people where or he had artists who's passed away or died broke because he's took their money. You don't get him on any of these things, but you want to come around here because he done beat up a bootleg Jessica Alba. Now nigga got to do 30 years. But when he was karate kicking Kim Porter and karate chopping the bitch upside the head for 20 years, we all turned a blind eye. That's what I'm saying, bro. The black community, come on, bro. Come on. What are we talking about? The belly scars and no. Only, come on, man. Listen, Black McBain. You got to relax. Every day we have the same conversation. Something about the show hits Black McBain and that nigga starts snapping 100 miles an hour in the chat. Now, hey, I feel you, dog. I'm sorry. Black McBain, you be going crazy. Talking about only booty stretch marks allowed, no belly. Chewed up bubblegum belly is a no-go. You got to relax. Listen. Salute to the moms out there. Salute to the mothers, the single moms out here doing your thing. We got love for you. Don't listen to Black McBain and don't listen to Tessa Tales because Tessa is trying to spit anti single mom propaganda out right now, and I don't think we need that right now in the black community. Okay, we need more fathers, less sperm donors.
Anything kept her around, according to her, for like the most vilest, nasty, disgusting things. I can't help but think that part of the reason is male NYC built. You wanted to hurt her because I think sick head, he was defiling and hurting the man he couldn't get at. You see the way like Cassie was always so mad. Anyone, he looked at another man, especially if they were in the industry, especially if it was one of his peers, and how his ego couldn't take it. And he would turn into like, right? And turn super abusive and do arson, do kidnapping, do rob, do all this stuff. Why? Because the one thing he said is, how dare you say that? You know they're in the industry, you know. So you know what he already thinks about and the way his ego is. So you know when people tell you the way that they want to hurt others, it's the way to hurt them, right? So the way things hurt them is the way, okay, y'all get what I'm saying. The whole point is because he literally felt so much rage and inadequacy and just an ego death. He suffered an ego death every single time it came for a woman. It makes me think, what about the woman that had kids and was dating men in the industry? It makes me really honestly think, what did Kim Porter go through? I'm being serious. What did Kim Porter go through? Diddy probably wanted, let's be real, he probably wanted Albie Shore. He looked like what's his name, Wolf, and Wolf looked like Misa Hilton. Everybody talking about Justin is Wolf's baby. It's not. Don't you get it? Diddy was dating a woman that looked like Wolf. He was dating a woman that looked like Wolf. That was the thing. That's why Justin looked so much like Wolf, because Misa looked like she could be Wolf's sister. Now clock that T. I 100% believe the way.
We gotta chill on the coke rants, man. I'm sorry, alleged. We gotta chill on. You know, I don't know, Rudolph the Red-Nose in here just going on these rants. I don't know what the fuck she talking about. Me thinks she don't know what ego death means. Yeah, I mean, I love Tessa, bro. Like sometimes I'm like, are we getting a report or you just cooking a cook? So we gonna try. Unc came back. The return of Unc. I think Unc is gonna be. I think he is focused now. I think Unc is reformed. I think Unc got his mind right. Y'all think Unc got his mind right, y'all? We're gonna find out if Unc got his mind right, because you know, last time we put him on the screen, he was rambling. I don't know where he was going with his story. I don't remember what the fuck he was talking about. What was he even talking about, bro? He was like, yeah, oh yeah. He was telling us about how the only friend he had was his son and his mama. Nigga had $1,900. He was going to jail. I knew you went to jail before. I knew you were jail. I knew he was a jail nigga. I know a jail nigga when I see one. The way he be talking and moving around, the way he just has an institutionalized presentation. To keep it real. Very institutionalized presentation, bro. Uncle fell into a bowl of coke. Black McBain is crazy. Nigga said Uncle fell into a bowl of cocaine is crazy, dog. Where's the dude in the suspenders wilding out? We got him right here, baby, right here, baby. Sean G, you know we got him. You know we got him. Nigga said bro did a decade in Rikers. Man, all right, dog. We got Big Unc on the screen, man. Hit the like button, subscribe, salute. You know what I'm saying? Hit cash out, $sign flow with it. We ain't got the whole thing up, bro. But I don't care. We're gonna move the setups over here, the design setups and shit, man. We on a new streaming platform right now, man. StreamYard. They had a cyber attack. You know what I'm saying? I'm a technical nigga. So tech support came over here and dropped a new out. Hey, tech support pulled up. Nigga, these niggas quicker than Geek Squad and goddamn Best Buy. These niggas said, I'm 30 minutes away. We got a whole new streaming platform we gonna set up. Nigga, just send me $20 and I get it right. Nigga, what? A dub got us in here, nigga. Salute. Salute. Niggas funded the stream day. Quick, that's all we saying. Nigga, shoot game, man. Cash out $5, $7, $4. Hey, man. He did 15 months, y'all. Wow. Oh, my God. Black McBain. The street said he only did 15 months. We playing 15 years on Unc Sean, man. We got 15 years on Unc Sean G, man. All right, look, he looked focused. Look, he got the fist ball. He looked focused. They like he about to crack a case. Let's go.
I want to apologize.
I gotta pause it again. I was right. I told you he came on apologize. I told you he came on the stream. Hey, birthday. Hey, pose. Hey, real grown man shit. Hold yourself accountable, OG. Hold yourself accountable. You know you was wild on that last stream, Unc. You know you've been wild on the last 2 streams. You've been crashing out towards the end. The fame getting to you. The clout getting to your head. Unc, you out here telling niggas your life story. We ain't asked for all that shit. Do that on the stream after the case, nigga. We ain't asked
for video.
That shit today.
And let me apologize in advance for this video if I become emotional, because this case, it kicks up so many memories in me of my own federal case, and it takes me back to when I was going through a similar situation. I didn't take my case to trial.
Were you guilty?
I took a plea.
Oh.
But
crazy work, Unc.
Very similar.
Unc, relax. You don't need to know. Unc, chill out.
To what happened to me.
Unc, see, hold on. See, this the problem. See, this when your uncle get too fucked up at the gathering and just start saying shit, dog. Saying a bunch of shit you ain't asked him. Now he done creeped out your girlfriend you brought over. You know, Unc, you pull over, he be like, Unc be like, that's you, nephew? You be like, yeah, Unc, you everything cool first hour. By hour 3, a couple beers in, I'm like, damn, nephew, that ass fat as shit. I know you be behind this, how you should do it. And you start just wilding out in front of motherfuckers. Unc, come on, dog. Said big dog snitched to the feds. Was his case S-trap? Hey, man. Nigga tripping, bro. He about to crash out. Not dressed like a 2007 Tour Terrain. I'm done. That was crazy. Black McBain is crazy. I don't know what be going on. Every time you come in the chat, that nigga rain, all hell breaks loose on a show when Black McBain comes out here. He gonna pop up in the SO registry. I hope not. He need to chill out. We don't need the story. See, look, I'm about to be on that registry. Oh shit! Niggas said I'm about to admit being on that registry. Oh shit! All right, here we go. The self snitching continues.
So Jane Doe is done. Shout out to academics, man. Send this, hey, Soldier Boy, send this video to academics. Jane Doe is done. Tenny Garagos is done cross-examining her. Now Maureen Comey is doing assistant U.S. attorney Maureen Comey is doing her redirect. Keenan, what up? I need 100 thumbs up. Double tap that screen, give this video a thumbs up, and share this video with somebody. Maureen Comey, she's doing her redirect, and all she's gonna do is pull up the same text messages that she pulled up on her direct examination and that Tanny Garagos pulled up on her cross-examination, and she's just gonna rehash what's already been said. So I left. Now, there was a big argument. There was a big argument between Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey and Donaldson, who is one of the attorneys for Puffy, because the prosecution wants to enter into evidence some statements that Jane Doe made after Cassie filed her lawsuit. This has been a real contentious point. This has been a real contentious point. 59 thumbs up. I need 100. Put me on 100. Assistant U.S. the prosecution, Assistant U.S. Attorney Comey wants to enter into evidence a statement Jane Doe made about abuse and being forced and being coerced and being trafficked after Cassie filed the lawsuit. Puffy's lawyer, Donaldson, argues that this statement cannot and should not be allowed to be entered into evidence because Jane Doe has a motive to fabricate or lie in whatever she says after Cassie files a lawsuit, because she knows Cassie filed a lawsuit, Cassie got a settlement. Also, she has been given immunity from prosecution by the prosecution, and the prosecution is the only person that judges whether her testimony is true or lies. And she is already a witness for the prosecution. So, those being the facts, that statement should not be allowed. That evidence should not be allowed. Get a video a thumbs up. I got 300 of y'all in here. I only got 81 thumbs up. So Ms. Comey comes back and says, okay, you don't got to put the whole text message in. Oh no, it was one of her notes. It was one of Jane Doe's diary notes to herself in her phone. You understand? The prosecution says, okay, you don't got to put the whole note in there, but just put this one line in there out of the note where Jane Doe says she was trafficked, coerced, and forced. Donaldson, Puffy's lawyer, jumps up and says, nah, none of that should be in there. So they started arguing about this morning. And they just got finished arguing about it now. And the judge, Puffy's lawyer, jumped up. He cited case law. He brought up prior cases, Supreme Court cases, federal court cases, showing that these this statement and this evidence should be inadmissible. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey jumps up. She's stating her case. They going back and forth. The judge say, well, let me check this out. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let me check this out, and we'll come back. I need 200 thumbs up. 200. Put it on 200. So in the end, the judge denied, and this was a win for Puffy. The judge sided with Puffy and the defense that this note and that line will not be admissible. I'm denying it. Integrity never went out of style. So what we found out is that, remember I shared with y'all earlier that Jane Doe, her whole mentality, her whole attitude changes after Cassie files a lawsuit. Jane Doe starts 2 fights with Puff. She takes Puffy's head and slams it. She told 3 versions. She slams it into the counter, she pushed it into the counter, and she moved it toward the counter, whatever. She threw a champagne glass at him. She threw two champagne glasses at him. They break. She threw 2 candles at him. He gets the candle wax on him. She punched Puffy in the face. Bam! Now she say, Puffy, kick her in the back of her leg, knock her down, put her in a chokehold. This is after the Cassie lawsuit. Drag her by her hair. They stop fighting. They make up. They have sex. They make love. A day or 2 goes by, some time go by. They get into another fight. Jane Doe starts another fight. She's describing this fight. She's in the shower. She puts on a dress. She's got on a dress, but she changes from that dress into another dress. But Tenny Garego says, well, you had high heels on. Why you didn't change your, you switched from one dress to the other dress and kept your high heels on? She raised that point. Then Puffy's lawyer, Tenny Garego, says, well, while y'all fighting, who cleaned up the broken glass? She said, me. So, like, catching her in lies that how y'all fighting and there's broken glass all over the floor. You understand? And you got high heels on. You fighting in here. So, then it came out that on June the 1st, today is June the 12th, 11 days ago, 5 days before she was set to testify and take the stand, she met with federal prosecutors and changed her story. She changed her story again. So, let me say this. say this. From what I heard, the prosecution, they ain't got nothing. Right? What they, how you doing? You left early? They're still going. You left?
Yeah.
Why you leave?
I have to get off.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. In law, compelled testimony is inadmissible in court. And let me give you an example of compelled testimony. And this is why I say this. If a person is an alcoholic or a drug addict, let's say, for instance, hypothetically speaking, a person is a heroin addict. And you take them and you lock them up. Or a person is an alcoholic and you take them and you lock them up. And the heroin addict begins to go through withdrawals and begins to jones and fiend for heroin. In a court of law, and while that heroin addict is in the state of withdrawals and joneses and fiending for heroin, anything that heroin addict says is considered compelled testimony and is inadmissible in court, because the motive for that heroin addict to say anything to put himself in a position where he can get to his drugs and, sorry about that, y'all, and satisfy his jones is inadmissible in court. That's called compelled testimony. In that case, something like that happened in another case I was following. You can't believe nothing that heroin addict is going to say, because they're going to say whatever they need to say to get free so they could go and get their fix. Right? And the fact that they're in pain and suffering withdrawals, their testimony is not voluntary, it's compelled. Now, every witness for the prosecution has had the motive to lie. All of them, or several of them, have been subpoenaed and given immunity from prosecution if they testify for the government, for the prosecution against Puff. And where they are compelled to testify along the line of the prosecution is either they have financial incentive, Dawn Rashad, 6.45 million, Mia, 10 million, Brianna Bongalin, 10 million, right? And Jane Doe and Donaldson brought this up while him and Miss Comey were arguing, saying, yeah, Jane Doe ain't filed no, because Maureen Comey says, well, Jane Doe ain't filed no lawsuit against Puff. So she has no motive to lie after the Cassie lawsuit. But Puffy's lawyer jumped up and said, she ain't filed no lawsuit yet. She ain't filed one yet. See, what Jane Doe is doing what Jane Doe is doing, she's trying to play both sides of the fence, right? First, she was on Puffy's team as a defense witness. Then she switched over and she became a prosecution witness. And she ain't filed no lawsuit because she's sitting back waiting to see if Puffy gets convicted. In the RICO, there's an asset forfeiture clause. If Puffy is convicted and once he exhausts his appeals and the Southern District of New York goes after all of his assets, and he's gonna be doing 20 or 30 years, Jane Doe, I bet you $10 against a bucket of doo-doo. At that point, she is gonna file a civil claim against Puffy if he's found guilty and exhausts all of his appeals. If Puffy beats the case, she gonna sit back and be able to tell Puff, baby, they made me testify against you. But at least I didn't file no civil suit against you like Cassie, like Mia, like Brianna, like Dawn Rashard. So she could try to get back in Puff's good graces. So Jane Doe is sitting back chilling, seeing which way this joint is gonna go. You understand? Every witness, every single witness, I think except George Kaplan, Dawn Rashard told 13 lies. Capricorn Clark told 3 that I found from the testimony I read on Inner City Press. I still got to read the transcript. Kid Cudi told some lies. Mia told lies. Cassie lied. Jane Doe done lied. Brianna lied. Every witness the government, the prosecution has presented has given compelled testimony, meaning that they have been threatened with prosecution, and if you don't testify for us, we are gonna do this to you. David James told some lies. And even if they haven't been under the threat of prosecution by the government, the very fact that the federal government comes knocking on your door instills fear enough in a person to make them put allegiance toward the prosecution because they fear something going wrong and fear having the wrath of the government come down on them. So everything they say, especially if they've been subpoenaed and given immunity, is gonna be along the lines of what's in the indictment. Everything Dawn Rashard said was in line with the indictment. Everything Mia said, Cassie said, Brianna said, David James, Kid Cudi, Capricorn Clark, they all talked about kidnapping, arson, sex trafficking, drug distribution. The government, the prosecutors have been very careful in making sure that they bring this out while they're direct examining each of these witnesses and steering them and guiding them to fit the narrative of the indictment against Puff. Jane Doe, all of her text messages before the feds go knock on her door, and it is my belief that the feds went to see her before Cassie filed her lawsuit. Because on October 26, 2023, is when she October 26, 2023, she sends Puffy a text message. I am trying to process all that has happened. The forced hotel nights. From that point, all of her text messages to Puff are very legal, contain a lot of legal language, and are very detailed in terms of mentioning the very same charges that's in the indictment. What's up, man? How you doing?
I watch YouTube. I be people on Harlem and all that.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. All right, appreciate you. And in December of 2023, as I shared earlier on my noon live, Jane Doe texts Puffy and KK after the Cassie lawsuit. She says, I was a sex worker and was exploited like Cassie by you. You had taken advantage of me 98% of the time. You manipulated me, you forced me, and I couldn't say no. This is what she says in a text to Puffy. Hit that thumbs up, put it on 500. Share this video. If the prosecution has such a strong case, right, there would be no need to if the prosecution has such a strong case, there would be no need to grant immunity to people. You have the initial introduction of the prosecution's relationship with these witnesses is under the threat of the loss of their freedom. So the same analogy that I used with the heroin addict, nothing that a heroin addict, no testimony, no confession, they can't confess. Any confession, any testimony is inadmissible in court because it's not voluntary and it's compelled. In the case of these witnesses, the thing that's being held over these witnesses, right, is their freedom. The same way the bag of dope is held over the head of the heroin addict. Yo, if you say this, if you testify, if you cooperate, if you give us a confession, if you tell us who did it, we'll let you out and you can have your bag of dope, you can get your fix. So he's gonna say whatever. In this case, the bag of dope is their freedom. You know, and even in light of all of that, these witnesses have still gotten on the stand and misrepresented facts, flat out told lies, changed their stories. Mia meets with federal prosecutors 27 times. Jane Doe met with the prosecutors 24 times. Brianna met with them 8 times. If your case is so strong, you should only have to meet with these witnesses 1 or 2 times, and it should be over. You know, this is just my personal feeling, man.
We got 135 people in the building. Salute, salute, salute. 135. We've got 127 on X. Salute everybody on X. And I appreciate y'all,
she's testified many times that in February 2024, right, after the Cassie lawsuit, she flies to Miami to meet up with Puff. She says she really missed him, and they spent 5 days together. They have a birthday dinner. They got balloons, candles, music, really, really sweet, very nice. They have a 4-course dinner, 5-course dinner, and after the dinner, they take ecstasy. Then Tenny Garrigo says, well, when you met with us, also in February 2024, you met with me and my investigator. You text Paul, are you in Miami? And I hope you're well. And she asked Paul, do you have any plans for Valentine's Day? And that I was looking forward to seeing Paul as a person. And let me say this. Every time that Jane Doe got with Puffy after Cassie's lawsuit and after she began meeting with them, best believe that the feds would tapping the phones, reading the text messages, and meeting with her on a regular basis and telling her what to do, what to say, and monitoring that whole situation. 100%. I have no proof of this, but only my own case. That they probably were encouraging her to start fights with him, right? So that she could receive physical bruises that she could take pictures of and they can have as evidence to corroborate what Cassie said, right? And that came out afternoon. So in June of 2024, Puffy flew to Los Angeles and he went on a road trip with his kids. Now, after Puff, check this out. Check this out. I can't make this up. Check this out. I can't make this up. Puffy flies to LA. He goes on a road trip with his kids. This is their very first physical altercation between Jane Doe and Puffy. June 2024. Now out of her mouth comes, Puffy assaulted me. after the Cassie lawsuit, after she meeting with the feds, after she meeting with Puffy's defense team. She don't know what side to be on. While they're fighting, she calls Puffy a pedophile, a monster, disgusting. I hate you. The very first fight, Jane Doe started the fight with Puffy. They've been together 3 years. Puffy ain't put his hands on her not one time. What's up, man? They've been together 3 years. Puffy ain't put his hands on her not one time. Now, Cassie dropped her lawsuit. She meeting with the feds. She jump out there, bang, bang, starts a fight with Puff, Jane Doe. She calls him a pedophile, a monster. I hate you, you disgusting. She threw a glass at him. And her reason for the fight, she says Puffy's chasing her. She goes and locks herself in the bedroom. Puffy kicks in the door, boom! Showing violence, right? And Puffy's asking her, yo, you not gonna talk to me? This is what she's saying. She runs out of the bedroom. She runs into the bathroom. This is what she says, Jane Doe. Locks the door. Boom! Puffy kicks that door open. Just leave. I hate you. Leave me alone. Puffy saying, you crazy. She runs out of the bathroom. She runs into the closet. Locks the door. Puffy, boom. Puffy kicking all these doors in. He's showing all this violence. This is her testimony. Then she said she took off her heels and ran out of the house for 10 minutes, sprinted. She sprinted out of the house. She sprinted for 10 minutes straight. This is what she said. Goddamn, an international gold medal winning track star can't sprint for 10 minutes. She said she sprinted for 10 minutes and then she hid behind a wall for 2 hours. This is what Jane Doe testified to. Five days later, she takes a picture and she's got discoloration to her eye, but ain't nothing wrong with her neck. She came home. Puffy was outside. They went back into the house together. She called Puffy a pedophile. You a monster. I hate you. Listen at how she talking now after the Cassie lawsuit. Puffy punched me in the back of my head. Puffy punched me in my eye. Puffy punched me in my forehead. I went into the backyard. Puffy was kicking and punching me, saying to me, you trying to make me not see my 7 kids? Puffy dragged her in the house by her hair. Jane Doe testified on the stand under oath. She got Puffy's phone and called the girl who she thought went on the road trip with Puffy and his kids. It was either Young Miami or it was either another girl named Jessie or somebody, I don't know. So she said she called the girl picked up the phone, but Jane Doe, Tenny Garrigo said, well, who was the girl you called? She don't say. Jane Doe, she says she picked up the phone and called the girl. Well, Tenny said, which girl did you call? She didn't tell. She didn't say. She said the girl asked her, why are you calling me from Puffy's phone? Jane Doe is asking her, did you go on the trip with Puffy and his kids? The girl, either Young Miami or this other girl, said, girl, what you talking about? You worried about the wrong thing. Jane Doe said, Puffy grabbed the phone, hung it up. He called Jane Doe a bitch. And Puffy and Jane Doe started trading insults. The girl called Puffy's phone back. Jane Doe said somehow she got the phone, and the girl on the line said, you want to make this a beef for no reason? Jane Doe calls Puffy a pedophile, son of a bitch, fraud, and a bitch. Jane Doe said Puffy slapped her 3 times. Bow, bow, bow. Then Puffy said to her, we never fought like this before, and now the lawsuit comes and you want to attack me. Then she said Puffy took her phone. This shit is crazy. You hear this story, man? Puffy took her phone and started texting Antoine about the rapper in Las Vegas. Antoine comes over to her house. They make small talk, and her and Puffy invite Antoine into the bedroom. She tells Puffy about the Vegas trip. Puffy is mad. Puffy says to her, how could you go to another man's freak off? Puffy was crazed mad. Then Puffy told me to go out there and fuck him. And Puffy said, is this coercion? Jane Doe said, yes. Jane Doe says, I performed oral sex on Antoine, and I sent Antoine some money later. Tenny Garrigo said, well, y'all doing all this with Antoine? Who cleaned up the broken glass? At this point, Jane Doe's body language is tight, and before, when her answers had a lot of detail, she was always eager to give detail with her answers. But now, when Tenny Garrigos is questioning her about events after the Cassie lawsuit, and after she meets with federal prosecutors, and after she's been granted immunity from prosecution by the federal government, now all her answers, they ain't got no detail. It's like this. Yes. No. Yes. Now, after all this fighting, a couple days go by. Jane Doe and Puff, we missed each other over the next few days. I went to his house in Bel Air. Puffy wanted to break up. I spent 2 nights with Puff with no entertainer. We both took drugs and we had sex. Then she says Puffy later goes to Wyoming with another woman, and now she want to break up with Puff. I can't make this up, man. I can't make this up. How y'all doing? You guys tourists? Where y'all from? Where y'all from?
Germany.
From Germany?
What's going on today?
I don't know. They were supposed to have a protest here for ICE. Y'all from Germany? You want to say hi to my people? I'm live on YouTube. Come here.
Yeah, you want to go to the Brooklyn Bridge.
Come on. Check them out, y'all. They from Germany. Come here. What's your name?
Alex.
This is Alex. What part of Germany?
Bavaria.
Bavaria?
Yes.
By where they make BMW?
Yes. They do.
Bavaria, Germany. Bavaria Motor Works with BMW. Y'all, come on. Your first time in New York?
I do your broadcast.
I'm doing my YouTube broadcast. First time in New York?
Yes, first time.
First time in New York. What's up, man?
With the snow.
First time here too?
With the snow, man.
This is Stephen, right? You from Germany too?
Yes.
All right.
Hey, now you do it.
There's another one over there.
We gotta get back to the story.
And has given compelled testimony under oath with the threat of the loss of freedom hanging over their heads, and they get on the stand and say what the government needs them to say to fall in line with the indictment. Now, check this out. Check Sean G out. If you read the indictment, the United States of America versus Sean Combs, there's a special clause in there that talks about minors and underage people, right? A special assignment, special violation is something. It's in the indictment. I read the indictment. So far, no other witness has said anything about Puffy being with underage people. Nobody has testified saying nothing about Puffy being gay. Puffy ain't no snitch. Puffy ain't no rat. Nobody ain't said nothing about that. Now, all of a sudden, after Cassie lawsuit, after Jane Doe start meeting with them people, first she down with Puff, now she down with the prosecution. After Cassie lawsuit, she meets with the federal prosecutors 24 times. Now, she is the first one to come out of her mouth calling Puffy a pedophile.
Hey, brother, what do you do? Some new fans or channel on YouTube?
I do YouTube, the podcast Soul. You want me to interview you?
If you have a question, I can maybe respond.
What kind of question you want me to ask you?
How do you define racism?
How do I define racism? Who are you? You got FBI on your shoe.
No, this is a friend gave this to me.
What's your name?
Oh, that's crazy.
Where you from?
Brooklyn.
Okay.
My friend gave this to me.
All right. So you
feel like
want
this
me
might
to
be a
ask you
small
a question
hat.
about what?
Do you still think the white flag is over black people's head? Brothers and sisters, that white flag?
I don't want to talk about all that.
Okay.
Do you think racism still exists?
Yes.
How?
It's systematic. It's been going on for years and years and years. It just doesn't go away. It's not going to go away. You just have people that are ignorant, hatred of a certain kind of people, and it's endemic in the city, country, everywhere. I mean, that's why I say, how do you define racism? I grew up with Afro-American people, and I'm cool, man. I was on a basketball team. I was the only white guy on the team, and these people treated me like family.
Oh my God!
Right. Well, see, I don't listen, man.
Thank you.
I don't let racism. I don't let racism. The black man, the white man, the Asian man, the Russian, the Ukrainian, the Israeli, the Palestinian. I don't let that get in my dome.
Right.
You understand? Because I feel like.
What's your name, by the way?
I feel like ain't nobody on this planet better than me.
Hey,
You
real
understand?
FBA type shit. We don't give a fuck about that racist
I
on the
don't,
flies nigga in the building.
I don't let myself get distracted with that.
I
That
already
don't
know
mean
niggas is
nothing to
hating.
me.
So you're a YouTuber. This is what you do.
This is what I do. I do YouTube. But let me finish what I'm doing, man. I'm doing something right here. Let me finish doing this right
I'm
here.
not going to interrupt you.
All right, I'm gonna holler at you later on.
My
Let me
name is
finish
Al.
doing. All right, Al. Peace.
All right, man. What's your first name?
I'm Sean G, man.
Sean G. Peace, brother.
Peace, my man.
Brother Al. They call you Brother Al.
They call you Brother Al?
They do.
Brother Al from Brooklyn.
Brother Al from Brooklyn.
I
Don't
see.
get fooled by this.
All right, Brother Al from Brooklyn.
Brother Al.
Peace.
Blessings, buddy.
Yeah, she's
Now, nobody ain't said nothing about Puffy being gay, nothing about he a rat, he the fed. Y'all started all of that. All of y'all on social media said Puffy was like this. You understand? He had kids over this and that. None of that come out. All y'all said he was a rat. He was with the feds. He a pedophile. He gay. If there was ever a time for any of that stuff, if it was true, if the feds had it, they would have brought it out by now. They would have brought it out. Ain't nobody said nothing. But now all of a sudden, Jane Doe is bringing this out. Come on, man.
And this is why I was saying, I'm pausing. This is what I was saying earlier about the way he covers the case. You may think he's pro Puff, and maybe he does have he may be able to empathize because he sees another black man going through the court system, knowing he went through it himself. So he may be looking at it from more of a sympathetic lens, but at the same time, he does make very great, astute points, like what he's saying right now. They tried to bury Puff in the court of public opinion so much that we're forgetting a lot of the speculative conversations about what was going to come out in this trial. A lot of the things we put on Puff hasn't came out. They haven't put it on him. They haven't put any kids on. They haven't put he had a bunch of secret kids on. They haven't put any he's been having sex with men stuff out. Like a bunch of the things we've said was going to come out, and this is why we should cancel him. He's guilty. Hasn't came out. So we got to still look at that, where we, you know, that is a very viable point that he's.
The prosecution's case is weak. Puffy's defense team has crushed every single witness that the prosecution has put on the stand. Puffy's defense team has annihilated. The prosecution introduced a witness that perjured herself on the stand. This is a domestic violence case. This is an assault case. This is an assault and battery case of the assault that we saw against Cassie. But that should have been a state case. If Puffy was indicted on a state case, he would be guilty. They indicted him under the RICO so that they could use the asset forfeiture clause to go after his businesses and his wealth. If and see, don't listen to Sean G. Don't listen to me, because it ain't up to me. It's up to the jurors. But the jury is sitting there hearing the same testimony that I'm giving you. Now, in my opinion, The only way you can continue to be convinced that Puffy is guilty based on the evidence and the testimony is if you just flat out hate Puffy, and that's fine. But if you are being fair and objective and you're looking at the facts, you're looking at the testimony, you're looking at the witness testimony, in my opinion, there's no way you can convict this man for RICO. My opinion. And to me, his case is only going to get stronger when he begins to present defense witnesses. He hasn't even presented defense witnesses yet to come and bolster his reputation. Another thing I heard is that Dr. Dawn Hughes, the expert witness, the judge denied the prosecution's request to bring her back to re-testify. She can't come back. So, if mainstream media ain't telling you the details of what I'm telling you, I'm in the same courtroom. CNN, Fox News, TMZ, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, Variety, BBC, Reuters, Associated Press. I'm in the same courtroom, or they're in the same courtroom with me, because I'm better than them. If they not coming out telling y'all this, then you draw your own conclusion as to what they are trying to do to public opinion. I'm not saying Puffy is the best dude in the world. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the brother that well to be able to judge him in terms of who he is. I know what I've heard. I know what I've heard from social media for 20 years about who he is. I know what they've said on YouTube about him, about what people that are other rappers that hate him have said about him. You understand? I don't know him that well, but based on what I've heard in the courtroom, you understand, a lot of what people said about Puffy 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it ain't come out. It ain't come out. All this do, and I'm gonna share this with y'all. I was talking with a female friend of mine. And she's been following the case, and I've been following the case. And she said, she said this out of her own mouth. She said, Puffy is a boss. He's a boss. And I looked at it, and this man got his own private jet, 6, 7 companies. He's a billionaire, 8, 9 girls. He flying girls in. He buying them cars, buying them diamonds, buying them bags, living his life, right? Self-employed, self-made millionaire from Harlem, is in control of a business empire, hundreds of employees, then went to war with other rappers. And I looked at what she said, and whether I hate him or I like him, the nigga's a boss. Can't take that from him. All we heard in this court is Puffy got a lot of women, and every dude in the world, every man in the world loves to have, or would love to have, because a lot of y'all can't do it. I done did it. Every man in the world would love to have his way with a bunch of women and have sex with a bunch of women and have unlimited resources. Every nigga would want, every man wants that. Every man wants that. Every man wants that. Shelby, what's up? I see you. You want to say hi? I'm live. You want to say hi? I'll see you tomorrow. Every man wants to say they're a self-made millionaire and they got 4 and 5 honeys. And he telling the honeys straight up to their grill, yo, I'm single. I'm seeing you, I'm seeing her, I'm seeing a bunch of y'all. I'm seeing all y'all. What you want to do? You with it or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? Every dude, white dude, Spanish dude, Asian dude, Russian dude, Ukrainian dude, Jewish dude, Palestinian dude, NATO dude, foundational Black American, Latino, South, every man want to have a bunch of honeys that he can knock down whenever he ready and his money is tall to the ceiling. He got $12, he got fly gear, he got a fly ride, a fly plane, crazy dollars, and the flyest honeys in the world that's willing to accept the fact that he's seeing 8, 9, 10 women. Every nigga want that. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They not gonna admit it, but that's the truth. That's the truth. That girl, Jane Doe, he told Jane Doe from the door, yo, I'm seeing multiple women. What's up? What's up? Jane Doe said, I don't care, I'm with it. Gina knew, Cassie knew, Mia knew, because he was knocking down Mia too. He probably was hitting Capricorn Clark too. You understand? Any of his female assistants, any female that came in Puffy's cipher, he was hitting it. Yes, he was, I bet. I don't know for sure. Jane Doe, Jesse, Chelsea, Young Miami, he knocking down everything. He knocking down everything. Everything come his way. And the dope part about it is that them honeys wanted it. They wanted it. He didn't have to take it. They wanted to give it to him. They wanted him to have it. All that, all that. The prosecution got to cheat to beat this man. They got to cheat. That's the only way. They haven't done nothing. Everything they've done. Look at y'all telling me in the comments. Y'all telling me in the comments. This case is crazy. This ain't no RICO. This is a relationship case. All y'all saying that. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm finna get up out of here though. Bishop Dundada, what up? What's going on, man? Good? You wanna say something to the people? Sure? Let me ask y'all, is this a RICO? Is this a RICO or domestic violence case? Put it in the live chat. Is this a RICO or domestic violence? Tyrese. Tanya V say neither one. What is it, Tanya V? Supposed to be a Rico KC. And they got this man in federal court with an asset forfeiture clause if he's convicted to be able to seize his assets. Crazy, man. Crazy. Love case, domestic violence. Money grab, Brooklyn. Greg Francis, your notes ain't no good, man. My notes is the best. Alright, y'all, let me get up out of here, man. We'll go home. I'm frustrated. I'm mad. Today with this girl, I got emotional today, man. Because the same shit happened to me, man. Before the feds came to my office, everybody was super fly, super cool. After they came, everybody switched up, stabbed me in the back. Same thing. Puffy helped all these people. He helped Cassie, he helped Mia, he helped Capricorn Clark, he helped Jane Doe, he helped Dawn Rashad, and they all stabbed him in the back. They all turned on him. 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 I don't like that, man. That bothered me, man. Tanya V, humiliation ritual. I don't like that, man. 100 grand, what up? Shout out to 100 grand, I see you. Let me get up out of here though, man. I appreciate y'all. And I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow, man. I don't know who's gonna be on the stand tomorrow, but I'm probably still gonna come over here.
All right, we got a few.
Thomas Britt.
We got a few more people to watch. I'm gonna log off in a minute, but I still have a few more people I want to look at before we get up out of here. We just hit 3-hour mark. Thank you to everybody who's watching, everybody who hit the like button, subscribe. I am 107 subscribers away from 6,000. So let's go ahead and hit that like button, super chat, Cash App, $ Florida Boy J. Let's go. Got another OG here, Dennis Bryant. That was hold on, that was kind of crazy. Yeah, no, that was crazy. You gotta see that one more time. Hey, salute, salute. You said no audio. Hold on. You saying you guys can't hear? Let me put this. No kid. Somebody is. You guys saying you can't hear this guy talking? Just put a one in chat if you can hear him. Salute. Thank you. Salute to super chat. $9 in super chat. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. If you guys can hear, let me know. Let me know if the audio is playing. I'm gonna go ahead and continue to play it, and I'm just gonna listen on another device to see if the audio is coming through. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let me see something really quick. My bad, guys. My bad, man. I've been having this nigga on. I'm thinking he fucking talking for 10 minutes. All right, so I'm gonna take this and see if I can put it over here because he's definitely Dennis Brown. Okay, he's definitely cooking. I'm just for some reason it's not letting me play that audio. And thank you for the $9 chat. I appreciate that. Like I said, my apologies. I was streaming for 10 minutes with this motherfucker, and I was playing. All right, sums up the audio. Sums up the audio. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. I'm going to stop screen sharing and I'm going to restart the screen sharing because it's kind of weird that the audio, I can't hear it even on my device. I can hear it on here, but I don't know what's going on. You guys can see it, right? Okay, we're going to start it over again.
Boys, put a 1 in the chat. This, ladies and gentlemen, listen, one thing you can't, listen, body language, and you guys see my coverage. One thing I look at is body language. Body language says it all. Body language, for me, tells a bigger story. Because if you know you're winning, you don't need to do all the antics. You just tell your story. You don't have to embellish or get graphic. Just tell your story. So this is what's happening.
Man, we fix the audio. Salute the kid in the chat.
It's crazy.
Salute the kid in the chat.
The witness.
Make sure.
The defense has finished
working, man.
their cross-examination of Jane Doe because she has a flight to catch. She has to fly out the country. It's an urgency for her to leave the country for whatever reason. But let me tell you something. Not before she puts on her performance. She's putting on a performance now, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to tell you why I know this is a performance. Not what she says, but in this case, what she says and what she does. Remember, I told you guys the demeanor of this witness when she was under cross-examination the last 2 days. She was cocky. She was certain. She was. Let's just say she don't take no mess. You know how she get down. When the defense attorney Tenny Geragos was cross-examining her, she had an issue even with her asking about a bag and the Chanel that she didn't get. but she got $20,000 for her business. We now learn, remember my last live, go back and play my last live, because I said to you guys, and it's almost like the defense is listening to me, because the biggest line that stood out for me when I first walked in the courtroom was the defense attorney Jason says to the judge, because the prosecution wanted to put up an exhibit, was denied. The introduction of this exhibit was denied. And here's the message that I tried to tell you guys when I came out here earlier. He says, clearly, there's a monetary incentive for Jane Doe to color her testimony. Absolutely. And guess what else he says? He says, and this is why I was like, okay, Mr. Byron, you know this. He says, just because she hasn't filed the lawsuit doesn't mean she's not going to file a lawsuit. He says this. I swear that I felt like he was listening to me. Just because hold on a second. Sir, come here for a second. Come here. I need you. This is important. And tell me, am I lying? This guy just walked up. I don't know him for can of paint. I want you people to listen to you. Okay, I'm telling him right now. Did you hear Jason, who's on the defense team, say to the prosecution, I'm going to read it verbatim. Yeah. Clearly, there's a monetary incentive for Jane Doe to color her testimony. He said that before the witness got on the stand. Yeah. What else did he say? He says, just because she didn't file a lawsuit, don't mean she ain't going to file a lawsuit. Yeah. Did he say that? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So let me get back to the story. But I'm telling the story. So this is why, and then let me tell you something. Now, you can test this too. You watch it. Hold on. Here's the kicker. Since he's here. The prosecutor, Comey, is on the podium, hand on hip, yelling. Am I lying?
No, she's upstairs doing it right now.
She's her hand on her hip, yelling. They are losing this case, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to make anything up. They're going to tell you, listen, that's why I tell you, good journalists tell the truth. Like, for real, this is bad. I had to walk out. I'll tell you why I had to walk out. It was getting too much. Hold on, I'm going to tell you something else. I got someone that's listening. Did the witness on the stand say, when she was asked, did you want to do this? She said, no. But why did you do this? No, she said, I was acting, I was performing.
Yeah, I was performing. Like, they're like, did you get an orgasm from any of the...
hold on. Did you get an orgasm for any of the escorts? She said, so ladies and gentlemen.
She said, no. I was in my mind, I was like...
She said she was acting. No, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what she was doing. She's acting right now, ladies and gentlemen. She wasn't acting with those orgasms. She's acting right now. Now, I'm going to call her out. I don't buy none of her story. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw a bunch of crap on the stand, and she cried on cue. I'm going to tell you how I know she cried on cue, because she got a little hint, like, hint, time to cry. You're losing this lawsuit. The prosecutor is hand on hip like this. Screaming. I'm like, what's she screaming for? We can hear you. Everyone can hear you. It's like she's trying to say, oh, well, didn't you say this before? Ma'am, she said it, but we saw what she did already. You cannot redeem this witness. This witness is a wrap. She's sitting here crying on a dime. She's claiming that she enjoyed it, but she sends a text message. Guys, you remember when she sent the text message saying that this was the best she ever had? She enjoyed it? She said she enjoyed it. So she wants us to believe. Check this out. She wants us to believe that she acted all these orgasms out. I think we should believe that she's acting right now. The orgasms was real. What she's doing now, she's acting now. The orgasms were real. She wants everyone to know that she was just acting. She's acting the orgasms out. I call it hogwash. I call it BS. And I say, get her off the stand. Get her on the flight out of this country. A one-way ticket. Trump, you might want to pull a passport. At this point, you might want to pull a passport. And I'm gonna tell you something. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, Trump needs to pardon this guy, because we see a bunch of crap, all this crying. I ain't buying none of that, because you're a performer. You are a performer. You had the opportunity to redeem yourself. You didn't do it. The prosecutor's yelling, hand on hip. She's like this. Didn't you say? I'm like, wait a minute. She's your witness. She's your witness. Why are you screaming at her? Because she wants to drive a point to the jurors. They're not buying it. These are New Yorkers. They're smart New Yorkers. Why did her tone, the prosecutor's tone, change on the redirect? It's because she knows she's losing this. She's losing this. And I don't even know at this point if I can trust any witness coming at this point. You guys been supposed to vetting these witnesses. These witnesses are not helping your case. They're actually helping the defense. They help the defense. But I'm going to tell you, you're going to look at everybody's reporting. And I shout out to the people who are telling the truth when they come and do their reporting. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is just hogwash. What else stood out for you? What stood out for you?
Today?
Just now, just on the redirect.
The redirect, I would say that she is basically reiterating everything that they've already said, and
we heard this already.
Yeah,
of course, is she can't touch on anything that wasn't covered in the cross-examination. That's what redirect only covers what was said in cross-examination, not introduction new quote-unquote evidence. So this is what's happening. She's doing a redirect. She's badgering her own witness. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And she's badgering her witness. She's badgering her witness. She wants to get this woman on the plane. One way. It's very convenient that she's going to be out of the country. She's going to be out of the country. So, will Puffy have an opportunity to question this witness if she's out the country? Absolutely not. They want this witness to stick. I tell you, this witness is going. Yeah, this witness is she's probably still on baby oil. She's slipping and sliding all over the place. The baby oils, she probably had baby oil under her feet. She's slipping and sliding all over the courtroom. And now the prosecutor might have baby oil on her feet too, because it's looking kind of tricky right now. Tricky for the You can't make this, ladies, gentlemen, you can't make this up. This woman is an actress. She claims she's acting out her orgasms. All the guys that she slept with, she said, I never wanted to do it. I have been acting. Come on now, that's the oldest line in the book. You wasn't acting, lady. You wasn't acting. You're acting now. This woman is bogus. She's a fraud, in my opinion. You charge this man with a fraud. This woman is a fraud. I feel in my heart of hearts, she's a fraud, and the prosecution know it, and the prosecution's getting scared. She gave her immunity. Why do you give her immunity? Why did you give her immunity? She didn't need immunity. She needs the one-way ticket out of America. And that's just what it is. I'm so disappointed in this prosecution. Our tax dollars are paying for this. And everyone in that courtroom has to see what I see. I have people next to me looking at me. I'm like, I see this. I can't sit around. They told me, Mr. Byron, you can't react to this. I'm going to have to react. I'm going to have to react because this is BS. And let me tell you what else is happening. King Combs is laying on his grandmother's shoulder. And it's like, had I had my camera in there, I could capture that moment. I'm watching King Combs lay on the shoulder of his grandmother. She's coming in with a Diana Ross look. Her hair's looking all beautiful, glamorous. But the fact that I'm seeing King Combs feel the way he's like laying, it's a sad image to watch. But salute for them to come in there to stand by their dad, because I say it again. Puff may be tricking, but Puff is no pimp. Puff may be tricking, but Puff is no pimp. This woman just lied and said she's acting. Who's gonna buy she's acting? So you're telling me all the sex freak offs you've been doing? Let me tell you, I want to say something, but they'll let the other content creators tell you. But they put a picture up. Let me tell you what they put a picture up. I'm saying this is ridiculous. So one of the excuses that she made was, I told him I really didn't want to do it, and I sent him a picture of what you ladies use to stop the flow. You know what I'm talking about. She said they put a picture up. What is this about? You're getting that desperate? You're gonna put a picture of a tampon up? Really? Like that's supposed to convince us that this woman wasn't down for the get down? Get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, I'm a little anime right now because I'm excited. I'm excited to expose the travesty that is happening in that courtroom right now. Miss Comey, why are you upset? What are you upset about? This is your witness. You brought it in the courtroom. You said she was the victim. You said this woman was the victim. This woman is an actress. This woman's an actress. I'm telling you, this woman's an actress. She has mood swings conveniently. I'm telling you, what I saw today during the cross-examination, what I saw yesterday, the day before, two different people. How do you change your whole momentum like that? You cry on the dime? She shed one tear for the defense, but you're crying on the dime. You're crying on the questions that were previously asked to you, because all the prosecutor's doing now is reminding her of the text messages that she read, and now she's crying on. She's not really crying. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, I know actresses in Hollywood can cry like that. You got to think about something bad in your mind. You might have to think about a death. You might have to think about a loss of someone. You might have to think about something just very tragic. And then you have to go ahead and go on cue. This is a go on cue actress, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, she should get the Oscar. She should get the Oscar for the way she performed in the courtroom. I just can't. I really can't. Guys, it's a little hot out. It's about 90 degrees, but I had to come out here, ladies and gentlemen. Why do I got this cord on my neck? I'm sorry, guys. I got a cord on my neck. I was ready to put the headphones on. I wanted to make sure I could drown out the noise. As a matter of fact, I might just do that. Stand by. No, I won't do that. You know why? Because you guys will say, hey, Mr. Byrne, why don't you get the wireless? I don't like wireless. I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. Yeah, she testifies, Jane Doe testifies that she would act like she enjoyed the freak off. Also, when you go to Vegas, to the Encore, and show your breasts, are you acting there too? Make it make sense. You're acting, you're having a secret encounter with one of the escorts, and you're showing your breasts, and you participate. She claims she didn't participate in that party with 7 other people. I don't know if I can believe that. So well, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I had a premonition here. She says that she's taking this ecstasy. Think about what I'm saying. She says she's taking ecstasy. It makes her feel a certain way, nice and sexy. And so you know how to act under the influence of ecstasy? You know how to act under the influence of ecstasy? You say you're taking a lot of drugs. You just gotta understand, say you were acting. Which one is it? So there are actresses that can act under the influence of all these drugs that you were taking. I call it bullshit. It's bullshit. I don't believe one word of that. You can't be acting and then claim you're under the influence of drugs. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We need to get some experts in there to talk about, can an actress under all these drugs that she's claimed to have taken, that Puff gave her, but she's been acting. She's acting on, it don't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense. I know chicks that can't act on a little weed. No, I'm joking. I'm telling you guys, I ain't buying this crap at all. I'm not buying it, ladies and gentlemen. And the prosecutor should know that. This makes no sense. It makes no sense. You accuse them of 3-4 different type of drugs you had to take. So then you have the orgasm, but you acted it out. Makes no sense. This doesn't smell good. Then you got the prosecutor's hand on the hip. Didn't you say, come on. Come on, Miss Comey, come on, get it together now. You ain't got to shout, calm down. You know, you trying to rehabilitate your witness. Your witness is not doing a great job. She's doing a poor job, actually. I never seen Miss Comey like that. She was there, hand on her like this. Let me show you. Like this. She had the palm on her hip like this, leaning, shouting, trying to redeem her witness, leaning and shouting. Didn't you say that you didn't want to do this? And his Jane Doe. Yeah. Yes. So why did you do it? Because I was acting. I was faking my freak. I was faking the freak offs. Get your butt on the plane. Get on out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to read the transcript later. Listen, let me tell you something. Listen, the transcript don't lie. I'm not lying to you. Let's see how many people come outside this courtroom and start lying. Let's see who would come to start lying. Match my live up with everyone's testimony. I just brought a random guy over here who was in the courtroom. He confirmed what I told you. Sometimes you guys need witnesses. So listen, if they come out and say she's kicking behind it and she's winning and everything, don't believe that. Just don't believe it. It's not what you think it is. I'm telling you, don't believe it. She's not a liar. She's a damn liar. I don't really like to do this, but I got to call this out. If I thought that you know, you follow me on Twitter. You know, I'll say that I saw something that I felt a little, you know, I felt convinced that she was telling the truth. But you got to see the whole picture. The whole picture paints a different picture. No way this woman is trying to sell this bag of goods. She's under all these drugs. Think about this. She's under all these drugs, but she's telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that she's acting. I guarantee you, the defense will use when I'm telling you part of their closing, because I don't think many people can believe that a woman's taking all these drugs is just acting. So she's not in a right state of mind, but she's in a state of mind where she can act. Remember this. She's not in her right state of mind, but she's in a state of mind where she can act. It makes no sense. I cannot fathom anyone under that type of influence to be acting. Something's not making sense. The setup is real. The civil lawsuit, if Sean Diddy Combs is convicted, it's coming down the pipeline. Remember this video right now. I see what you're doing. Listen, you need to take this. Bring an ambulance over here. She's dying on the stand. Over here. She's in the courtroom. It's mind-blowing, ladies and gentlemen. It's mind-blowing. I'm sorry. This right here is mind-blowing. Get her out of here. Get her a ticket with Mia. Get her a ticket with let them all go on the girls trip with the balcony chick, and let Cassie pay for it. This is nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. This is nonsense. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. All right, guys, put a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying to you. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Okay, keep on. I'm now directing my mods to block all the 2s. Because you're slower than a bottle of syrup. I just said it. Wait, come here. I gotta say, come here. This is getting good. This is crazy. I gotta say this. You don't have to get on camera. I gotta say this. Let me ask you a question. This is the logic here. Now, did we hear Jane Doe testify that she was acting in these freak offs? She was faking an orgasm? Okay. Can someone who's claimed to be under all these drugs, under influence, do all this acting? Because it doesn't make sense? Is it logic? It's not logic at all, is it? When you heard that, what do you say? Like, wait a minute. You've been taking ecstasy and all this, but you were acting out the freak offs? No, she's in the courtroom now acting. Hey, what's going on with Miss Comey? The lawyer like this, on hands on hip, screaming. What is she screaming for? Lady, you don't have to scream. We already heard the lies already. What are you trying? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, put it right there. Find one of the slots. You got a cord? What cord you got? Don't pull one. Okay. Oh my goodness. Are we done? Unbelievable. Guys, let me share this live. Here. I'm sorry. So I met this brother at B&H. We buying some. I met this brother at B&H. We buying some equipment. We ain't gonna say the celebrity that you was with. We're all gonna say is you got the good equipment, right?
Right, that's right.
That's right. When are you starting the show? And when are you gonna bring me on?
By tomorrow. We starting the show up tomorrow.
What brings you down here today? Watch the case?
Yeah. Nah.
No. Okay. No. I don't want to know. No, we don't want to know.
With my friend right there, man. Today he graduates.
He graduates?
Yes, he graduates.
Okay. God, get the graduation.
He definitely graduates.
That's good.
He gets rid of it. He ain't never come back.
That's right. Congratulations. We might have to get you a cap and gown and have you walk down the
I wish they would have let me bring my film in.
No. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. All right, guys. Let's see here. Ooh, it's hot. Now, listen. Okay, hold on a second. Listen, I'm gonna be like the preacher in church on Sunday. I'm gonna pass the collection plate around. Here we go. Here's the collection plate. Listen, I need some cold water. I need a cold soda. I need to get a cold. What do I need? What do I need in my car? I need antifreeze in my car. Listen, come on, hit that. Listen, guys, my mods, put my Cash App up. Make sure. Listen. Hit the super chat, but hit the Cash App is at Hip Hop Inquiries. Support the platform. You guys want me to stay out here and cover this trial because they want me in 2 different cities. I got requested to be in 2 different cities. I can't be at 2 places at one time, but you know who can do that? You know who can be at 2 places at one time? The balcony lady. In theory. But I can't do it. I want to be here. I appreciate those who have been supporting the platform. Continue supporting the platform because you know what? They need me in Atlanta. They need me in Chicago. They need me in... Where else do they need me? Chicago. Right now, those 2 states. And someone talked about Florida. But that's vacation. Yeah. Anyway, hit the super chat. Hit the Cash App. I don't care. I'm going to type it in here. Hold on a second here. Yo, what? Just listen. Shh. Listen, guys. Come here. Listen to me. Can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me. I want you to listen to the lies that are going to come out in a little while. Just listen to the lies. Listen to the lies. Now, you ain't, listen, you supporting the Hip Hop Inquiry, Mr. Dennis Barnes Show. You're supporting me. The coverage, that's what you're supporting. Don't play with me. Are we done? Are we done up there? So we're not in there at 5. She's not coming back. No. She's done. Yeah. She's getting on the plane. Wise decision. They might need to pull a passport. All right, guys. Hold on. Did the family come out yet? I need to... Guys, I'm gonna get some footage of the family coming out. Oh, shoot. I need to go to the other side. Slee, did you get your footage?
I didn't know when he came out there.
They said they done already.
Yeah, but I didn't see them come out.
Okay, well. The family, I want to get the family right now.
I'm afraid to even go in the front. It's so peaceful over there.
Let me pack up. I don't think I want to do that. Hold on, guys. Stand by. Why's my watch in charge? What did charge?
Yo, where Unc went, bro? Where did Unc go? Unc just walked away. All right, so we gonna have. Don't put the dog Armand on. Hey, don't copyright me, man. Dog Armand Wiggins on screen for a little bit.
Hold on. All right. Does everybody have their oil and their Diddy Dukes? I got my Diddy Dukes. I got my Diddy Dukes on, okay?
Hold on. Listen,
let's get into today. So we get to the courtroom. Well,
get right to it, buddy.
It was a major pause in the courtroom. First of all, the judge was late, so that was a delay. And then the girls were fighting in the court, okay? Because the defense, in my opinion, they want Jane Doe's identity exposed. The prosecution is like, no, we don't want that. We do not want this to be for the public. We need everything kept under seal. The defense is saying, listen, we need the purpose of federal court and a public court is so that the public, if they can see something, if they can add to the case here at hand, if they have any information, they can go and send the respective parties the information that they need during the case. Okay? Kind of like how you guys did with Mia. Some of you guys figured out who Mia was, or searched Mia and started sending different videos to the defense. So the defense also wanted Mia and her, not Mia, Jane Doe and her identity exposed. However, the judge said, no, we're not doing it. I wrote here that they want Jane Doe to get dragged online. You know what I'm saying? People, I feel like the defense wants her out and they want to expose her and make her look crazy. Because as of right now, people are guessing who she is, but it's no confirmation. And her picture is nowhere attached to any salacious tabloids in mainstream press. So as of right now, you can guesstimate who she is, but unless you're sitting in that courtroom, you don't know who Jane Doe is. And I think she wants to keep it that way. So they want to add more pressure to her. That's kind of what I got. I wrote they wanted more pressure. They wanted to crack. Now, the prosecution was saying, you know, this is not a good idea. I feel like the defense is just trying to use her to be attacked by the public. They want her to be beat up online and attacked by the public. And so this is why there's no reason for her identity to be exposed. Ultimately, they're not going to expose the identity of Jane Doe. Thank God she's getting off the stand. Jane Doe was up there making it up today. They said she was crashing out and crying. Okay. And we found out that she was showing her yitties. So let's just get into it. Okay. So this is day 4. And I think this is maybe day 2 of the cross-examination with Teeny Garagos. Okay. So we just jump right into it. All right. So we jump right into the portable TV screen that Jane Doe bought Diddy for the movie night. So the idea here is this, girl, you were in, it's the same story. It was very redundant today for the most part. The newest piece was the Kanye West piece, but the idea is this still. They're still trying to paint the picture here that this is not trafficking by fraud. You were not, where is the trafficking charge here with Jane Doe? Where is the coercion? You were a willing participant. You bought the TV for Diddy for the movie nights, because you guys would go and look at your freak off videos together. So it's like, if you hated those so much, why would you buy a TV that you can pull around the house and look at you get dug out by 4 or 5 different men on a coke binge? And so we get into text messages from December 2023. Jane Doe to Diddy, you only reached out to me while you were waiting for someone else to come over. I pray for us. I want our friendship to last a lifetime. I poured my heart out. I cared about you. They said you would be more than vocal and open about your feelings, and she would say yes. Towards the end, I was more vocal. We were more vocal. We were in a good place. 2023, the end was a really emotional time frame for me. The relationship was just going downhill so bad. You know, it was just so sad. It was so overwhelming for her in 2023. I really hit a wall, Jane Doe says. I was depressed and upset when I found out that Cassie went through the same things that I went through. She broke up with Diddy in October of 2023, but the Cassie lawsuit hit in November 2023. Okay, so a month later, the Cassie lawsuit hit. But then Jane Doe's energy changed because she was going through, they feel like she was going through that Cassie lawsuit, and she was starting to get a little bit stronger. She was starting to get a little bit more unhinged. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Objection, Your Honor, because when she was being asked questions, the prosecution said, may I ask the witness can answer the questions? Because Teeny Garagos was kind of interrupting her. And Teeny fired back and said, may I ask the witness just answer the question? And everybody was like, ooh. Because she was kind of dancing around the question. So the prosecution said, may I ask? Could the witness finish answering the question? And Teeny said, may I ask? Could the witness finish the question? Like, answer my question. Don't answer to everybody else's question and don't give me your answer. I'm tired of that, hoe. That's kind of what that was given. So then we get into an audio message where Diddy was saying, We should focus on what can make you feel better. What can I give you? I don't want to be in this situation, like what can I give you? This is 2023. What can I give you? What can we do? I don't want any more loose ends. Diddy, she says that Diddy became more humble. He became more present after the Cassie lawsuit. He became more available. They would never fight. They didn't do a lot of violence anyway. There was not a lot of violence in their relationship. But she felt like during that time, Diddy kind of changed his tune towards her, and he was more present in their relationship. Later in December, a week later, December 27, 2023, Diddy says, what's the solution? I don't want to fight. I want to move on. Jane, I tolerated and did myself for you. Never degraded you. I took a lot for you. And it took a lot from me to make you happy. I feel exploited. So Diddy was saying, charge me for what you need. So remember the charge? And she said that she needed $100,000 plus $450,000 to get rid of the resentment, plus the 2 year, plus the 2 years lease for her housing. And that's when Diddy fired back with a quick fuck you, because she had set out her demands, and Diddy said, bitch, fuck you. But my thing is, when you're going to ask me for, charge me, and she lays it, I need $100,000 for this. I need $450,000 for that. I need $250 for that. And I need a 2 year lease agreement. Diddy said, nigga, fuck you. But you done said, what's the solution? When she gave you the solution, you told her to go fuck herself. So, I don't know how that went. But here's the thing. The problem lied in the fact that she started crashing out after she saw the lawsuit. She was cool. But then when she read what Cassie had went through, and some people are thinking the amount of money that, we were thinking Cassie was getting, and how quickly Diddy settled the payment. Remember, Cassie filed on the 16th. It was settled on the 17th. Now we come to find out he settled with $20 million. Jane Doe was sitting back reading this and saying, God, man, all that whole little ploy of Diddy is doing good, Diddy. No. Once she read that lawsuit, Jane Doe started running in the walls, bumping her head in the stoves and shit. You know what I mean? Hitting herself upside the head, acting frantic and manic and depressed. She just started crashing out. And Diddy was like, well, wait a minute. What happened? And she like, I feel exploited. I'm tormented. You fucked me up. She's crashing out. She's pulling her hair out, running around looking crazy. She's sending long text messages. She's distraught now. But is she? Or did she see an opportunity to say, you know what? This motherfucker, Cassie, came up in her lawsuit, and I'm sitting here freaked out and got the same sores and UTIs, but no cash. I'm getting $10,000 a month, asking for $100,000 and getting told you over $450. And this got 20 million in 24 hours? Nigga, is you serious? Oh, I gotta up the ante. And to me, that's why she went and slammed his head on the ground and made him hit her. It's no excuse, but I'm just saying. I mean, we talking. So we're gonna keep getting into it. So this is the defense. One of your friends said you set the tone for the relationship. What did you expect? Is that true? Jane Doe. Sounds about right. So you had your friends telling you, well, girl, you set the tone. I could have told you that. Stevie Wonder could have told you that. You got out the first day you met him, and then he was dealing with your friend, and you couldn't keep your pussy in your pants. You couldn't keep your BBL tucked in. And so you let Diddy hit it. and you let them freak you out because you thought that's where the money was at. The money didn't reside in the freak out, in the freak off. Well, it did if you was the niggas. You see what I'm saying? But for you, you were just a vessel and a hole. Now, they also showed that she was a little bit money hungry because she ended up taking a trip when she was not dealing with Diddy anymore. She took a trip to Paris with her girlfriends, had a great time. And she made a joke and said, now all I need is a Saudi prince. Isn't that true? She said, true. So the relevance of that is, okay, you're the type of girl that looks after men with power and money. So let's not act like you weren't with the freak off. You were with the freak off. You just weren't with the freak off when you felt like there was other girls getting more money than you. You didn't like Young Miami because you felt like she was getting more money than you. You didn't like Gina because you felt like she was getting more money than you. And then you crashed out when Cassie did her lawsuit and you felt like her situation resembled yours, and she settled for millions of dollars the next day. So Gina's thinking, at least what I'm thinking, she's thinking, is where is my money? This is not about love. Why are these other hoes getting the payday that I been getting for? This is where it gets interesting. So they go over the Las Vegas story. Okay. The Las Vegas rapper, there was a Las Vegas trip where a rapper and his girlfriend were. Apparently she got flown out. Now she lied about this story. She kind of said that she was with her friend and then the rapper and the girlfriend invited her out. But now it feels like you got flown out with your homegirl. I think she was trying to say that she got flown out with her homeboy, but I feel like she got flew out with her homegirl for a freak off. But the defense was so messy because they were saying, so this rapper, he's the top of the music, on the top of the music industry. You went to Vegas with a friend. This rapper is an icon. He's in the music industry. You went to the party with him, right? He's really good friends with Diddy. He's been in the studio with Diddy. And he's a very powerful person. That's not too many people. So people immediately started feeling like, is it Kanye West? Is it Jay-Z? Now here, we don't know. We don't know. We do not know. So we're not confirming anything. But everybody started feeling like it was Kanye West and Bianca Sensory in Las Vegas that flew her out. And when she walked in that hotel room, there was a freak off happening. It's not that many niggas, but we can't say that it was Kanye, but that's the word on the curb. So they said, explain what you did that night. They said, well, it was a dinner strip club. Antoine was they went to dinner, they went to a strip club, then they came back to the hotel room. Antoine was that was one of the escorts that would bang her with Diddy at the freak off. They said, well, what was everybody else doing? Was everyone watching? Were people laughing, talking, making jokes? Was it just what was it? She said, everyone was watching. What hotel was it? It was at the Encore. Everyone was just sitting and watching while Antoine was king. And this is where it gets interesting. We find out now that the rapper was flirting with her while there were other people in the room. Nothing happened, apparently, just flirting. But then, this is the part that she left out in the testimony with the prosecution. 2-3 days ago when we talked about this. So let me tell you. So she was dancing. Mind you, she's only supposed to have been there for 20 minutes. So she's dancing. He's flirting with her at the freak off. And out of nowhere, she flashes her titties. They said, so you were dancing and you flashed your titties to the room? She said, yes. Hold on. You didn't want to be there. This was a freak off, but you somehow just Vegas. They said, why did you flash your titties? She said, I don't know. I was just in the moment. So just the moment, you were so far in the moment, you pulled a titty out
of pocket,
but you didn't do nothing. You flew all the way to Vegas
out of pocket,
and you're a freak off girl.
Hold on,
but you didn't do nothing.
I will say, like I said, bro, Armand tells a great story, and we will be, like I said, we go down on all these people who tell the story and listen to what they're saying and how they're saying it, because they're always got a different narrative, different way of telling the story. And I feel like the more people we get, the more we can kind of get a great context and a full scope of everything, because it might be different stories, but it'll be a common narrative built off of everybody's stories. No matter what side they're going on, you're going to hear some form of the truth in everybody's recap. And I think that's when we have the most balanced view of what's going on right now.
On top of that, watch this. The rapper asked you, do you know anybody else that's a part of the lifestyle? I guess the freak off, the swinger lifestyle. And guess what she did? Pulled out her phone and made a referral. Yes, Sly Diggler Cabral suggested that he'd be perfect for the freak off. So let me get this straight. I just want y'all to hear what I'm hearing. You fly to Vegas to go to a strip club with your girlfriend or your friend to go be with a powerful rapper and his girlfriend. You go to the bowling alley, you go to the bar, then you go and get invited to the hotel. You don't know what's going on, but it's 8 people in there and a freak off. And the escort that you and Diddy before. The rapper's flirting with you. So wait, his girlfriend is with it. The rapper's flirting with you. Antoine is king. You flash your titties, and then they ask you, do you got another friend that can come and do the freak off? And you make a suggestion. But yet, Diddy is not even there. So now you're at another rapper's freak off. And from what we know about you, you only go for the highest profile men.
That's crazy.
And it's not that many high profile, powerful, black male rappers. But yet you were so traumatized and tormented by Diddy and his freak offs, but you fly from California to Vegas to go to another rapper's freak off. And then you make a suggestion on who else could join. Okay. So they said, well, how did he know to ask you who would be a good pick or a good choice for the freak off? Well, I don't know. It maybe been the energy I give off, or maybe, I don't know, maybe he had heard maybe what me and Sean did, or I don't know. You don't know. No, ho. You know. You're part of that lifestyle. You're a pro freak off. You're a pro freak off. So then they get into then we fly back down to Miami. It was her birthday at 1 Star next door to Diddy's house. He owns 2 Star and 1 Star. She talks about how he put on a 5-star dinner for her, how it was just fabulous. They had a great time. But remember, she didn't want to do a freak off that day. But they were drinking. He was drinking. It was so good. She was so happy. And then, she took a pill. And then Don came over and they had a freak off. So they said, do you remember telling me you were willing to have with Don? You were willing to do the freak off. This is what the defense says, Diddy's team. Do you remember telling me you were willing to do the freak off with Don because Diddy had gave you everything you wanted? She said, yeah.
My bad. Like I said, dog, I was on mute. This is a zesty nigga. You're right. Super zesty nigga with the Diddy Dukes spitting facts. This is a zesty case. We need a zesty expert, a zest spurt. We need a zest spurt to come in here and decipher and break down what's going on. Like I said, I like it. The fact that we had the white woman, the white man, the black men, the straight ones, the gay ones, the black women. We got it from a full scope of the news organization, so we can get a balanced, fair coverage. And salute to Armand Wiggins, because he is definitely spitting the facts, bringing the tea. Pause. He got the Diddy Dukes with the tea, spitting zest facts. This is a zest spurt. Yeah. You guys hear me now? Okay. Salute. Let me make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah. This is a zest spurt, and let's just make sure we get the full scope of what he's saying, so we can have, like I said, a good vision on what's going on in the courtroom on a day-to-day basis.
But she tried to make it seem like she was just so high. It was the time of the night. No, girl, you got what you wanted. So that was his prize. So you told the defense that. So you were willing to do it because you felt like he finally gave you some attention. You got to be the girl at 1 star. He gave you the 5-star dinner, and he made you feel like the queen. You felt like the main girl, and you could, brag about it. You got a rich nigga. You a hoe to a housewife. Okay. So then we continue on with the text messages. Hold on, please. Hey, P. Hope you're well. Is it still your number? P stands for Paul. You guys remember Paul? Paul was the escort that was Diddy's personal trainer. So Diddy would go to the gym with Paul, get all sweaty and funky, get turned on by Paul's balls, and then want to see them bang Jane. That's the same Paul that Jane took the liquid Molly and rolled him into the abyss. Paul texts back, no, LOL, in a flirtatious manner. Jane says, do you have plans for the Valentine's Day weekend? So she was trying to set up a freak off with Paul. The government says, do you remember the defense said, do you remember telling the government that you were looking forward to Paul and you would be so high, but you would be willing to see Paul? Yes, I think so. October 21, 2023, after Cassie's lawsuit, do you remember you felt more love and changes from Diddy. You saw more positive change. She said he listened better. He spent more time at home. She spent more time on the phone. He would FaceTime me often. That was really important to you, huh? She said, yes. Less people were around after the lawsuit. But you guys would still be getting high, huh? You would be getting high. Yeah, we would still be getting high. But the thing is, you got upset because Diddy was still claiming to be single and polyamorous. And that hurt you, didn't it? Yes. But the lawsuit, he started to claim you more. He was more lovely, right? And made you feel like you were in a relationship. When Diddy would be getting too high, you would check on him, make sure he was at his doctor's appointments, make sure he was eating good. Yes, yes. You were with him. You guys actually got back together. And she said, yes, and you were willing to hold him down. Yes. Diddy never laid a hand on you, huh? No. She said she was shocked. This is why I was gagging, because I felt like, is she holding something back? She said she was shocked when she saw the Intercontinental video of Cassie being drugged and flung, because Diddy would never do anything like that. She never saw that side of him. Your friend said that you can't be with him after that, huh? Because of the public and the public perception. She said yes. But you really wanted to be with him, huh? She said yes. And I wrote this because I feel like she dropped the ball, because she could have literally ended her cross-examination if she would have just said, if he wasn't on this trial right now, you would still be with him. Huh? Correct? And at that point, I feel like that woman would have said, yes. And I would have said, and I rest my case. Because, girl, you would still be with him today. So there is no coercion. There is no fraud. Where is the coercion? Where is the fraud when you were still staying? The only reason why you left is because he got locked up. You continue to go back because you didn't care about the freak off. You were going to other people's freak offs. You didn't care about coercion. You were setting them up.
And I'm pausing this just to say that, like I was trying to tell you guys before, this is Armand zesty. Is he zesty? Yeah, definitely. But just because he's zesty doesn't mean he's on some we hate men or I'm always going to take the women's side. He is telling it. He's cutting it straight down the middle. He's telling you how it is. He's only calling balls and strikes, pause. And like I said, dog, he's not being blinded by the propaganda. He's telling you niggas how he sees it from a real nigga perspective. Salute Armand Wiggins, man, but he's holding down. Pause.
You were buying TVs so you guys can get into your freaky weirdos and freaky weirdness. And then let's be clear. Diddy wasn't punching you and dragging you. This is different from Cassie. When Cassie tried to leave, he snatched her, drop kicked her, and dragged her. He kidnapped her and coerced her. He burned down Kid Cudi's car. To you, he said, go. Maybe he said, we'll break up or I won't pay your rent. But you didn't care about that. You wanted more money. And then when you did break up with him, you went to another rapper's freak off. So you were, and then when you were there, You were showing your titties. Are we what? So how are you forced to doing a freak off, but you ended up at the freak off party without Diddy in Las Vegas with another rapper? And not only did she go, she suggested other escorts that were into the lifestyle. Then you were there flashing your boobs, but you were in the moment. I wrote, she's a joke. So now they get into the attack that she did on Diddy. So apparently, when she was in Miami, or no, Diddy was at her house in LA, she was upset because she felt like Diddy had went on vacation without her. But she had no proof that Diddy was on the trip before she attacked Diddy. The girl lived in Miami. Diddy lived in Miami. So he could potentially spend more time with her. And it bothered Jane Doe. You were upset that he left you in LA and he could have taken you, huh? Well, I wasn't upset that he left me. I just feel like he lied. I was resentful. It was just a ball of emotions. That's what she said. Have you ever hit Diddy before? No. You got to get into this. Listen to this very closely. Have you ever hit Diddy before? No. So you have never gotten into a physical fight with him? No. But you did a medium to hard push on his head, huh? Yep. You threw candles? Yes. You threw glass? Yes. I had a lot of resentment. So when you were throwing the glass around the house, you were calling him a pedo. You were calling him disgusting. You said he was a monster. You yelled a flagrant of obscenities at Diddy, right? She said yes. They said, well, what did Diddy do? Diddy would just run through the house and say, but you're crazy. But you are crazy. She's crazy. And she was running through the house. Motherfucker! So she went on a manic rant. Then she went in the bathroom and locked herself in the bathroom. Diddy then came in and said, hey, I just want to talk to you. Correct? She said, yeah. She was saying that Diddy said, you're not going to not talk to me. Just talk to me. But here's the hot tea. At this point, they asked, you knew the Cassie video was released from the Intercontinental, huh? So you saw how he hit her. She said, I was saying, I just wanted him to leave. But you did see that video. She said, yeah. And he was trying to talk to you, right? That's it. Yes. So you guys were arguing and arguing. Eventually, he kicked the door open, right? Yes.
Yo, I'm going to go ahead and wrap the stream up now because we hit 4 hours and 15-minute mark. We have some breaking international news story right now with Iran and Israel. So what I'm going to do is let my laptop charge, take a moment to eat and get my mind together. And like I said, get this laptop charged because if I can, I'll hop on ASAP and get this Israel Iran news popping. So thank you so much. Thank you for the cash apps, super chats, definitely the super chats. You guys run the super chat up all week. Thank you so much for super chats, cash app. Thank you to all the homies that been here, been at work all day. Homies who pulled up on me and got to work while I was streaming. Salute everybody who's been watching. Salute everybody who came last night on that IRL stream. Very, very lit, very spicy. We put that behind the paywall. Don't even worry about that. Not the paywall. We put that in private. We will do some more IRL streams, but salute everybody. I fuck with y'all. Y'all have a wonderful night, and I'll see you guys in like a good hour. Yep, thank you so much for everybody. Like I said, man, I'm gonna see you guys in like give me like an hour maybe, if that. But I'm definitely pulling up. So man, stay safe, stay black. Thank you to everybody who's liked everything, support us. I'm 6 subs away from 5,900 and 106 subs away from 6,000. So hit that sub button. Thank you. Hey man, for real, dog. Appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Hit sub button, like, share, subscribe. Salute everybody on X. I got 161 people watching me on X right now. I'm gonna holler at you guys. Stay safe. See you guys in like hour, man. Just let me get something to eat, clean up my crib a little bit, and we out, man. Peace.